All right. Welcome, welcome. I know nobody's on TV tonight, so I got a couple friends here. That's cool. Davy says Happy New Year's from Scotland. Thanks, Davy. You know, I've got a special hankering towards Scotland now. And Baz, good day from Oz. Isn't that the truth? So, what I've got going on here is I'm trying to stream Facebook Live tonight as well as live streaming on YouTube. And of course, 2019 has been a really incredible year. And I know every year is, but I do want to cover what happened to me in 2019 and how it lines up with so many other important things. Like one of the main questions, especially as we go into a new year, is why are people bringing up the past? You know, we're supposed to, go into this future that strikes 12 and everything changes. But when you experience something real time, one of the hardest things is that you have to wait for other people to play out their parts and for it to go through the telephone game. And then you can look back and say, these are the things that happened. And now I get another piece of it. And because I will tell you this, it has nothing to do with my choice. But what I've noticed online is that every year I'm faced with a new puzzle or a new game. I think a lot of us are like that. And I know as far as my own goes, it was so wild that, of course, when a particular phenomena would cut off, that's the part I had no control over, and the new thing would pick up, you kind of want to stay with the thing that you were slightly comfortable with, no matter how odd it is or was or shall be in the future, right? But I think I got a pretty good system rigged up tonight, and I'm going to do the best I can to take you through a masterpiece of crap and nonsense that is really a very important game. Before this adventure starts tonight, I do want to say that one of the best things about trying to wrap your mind around what the hell's going on is that it gives you a peace of mind that takes you past the temptation of being angry or hateful. So when I reflect on this and I think about the terrible impression, multiple impressions that so many people have on me, it would be part of the comedy of someone like me having no community in YouTube. This relates to the 5 year journey because, of course, the first year, and I'm talking about up until mid 2015, all I had done was really engage on Facebook with friends that I had known in real life. It wasn't until my second Facebook page went up, Sue's B. Pratt, not Sue's Pratt, and that will tie into all of these conspiracies, no doubt, middle initials and such. That was a firework. Um, Anyhow, it wasn't until then that I met the people that I really believed was my online community and family. And it really was what I only knew to be the alternative media. And of course, with my background with the Hair Emporium, I was already comfortable speaking in public. I had already been haggled and teased a couple decades before I ever came online. You know, the voice, the presence, whatever, just pick one out. It doesn't matter. The authoritative language, whatever. But we all know 2017 really had to do with the Elvis disclosure. And we also realize that whether or not it was true, it's either something so phenomenally bizarre that it's off the charts as far as human answers go, or you have to flip it to the complete opposite side, which is that people could be so hateful and hurtful to devise several programs of lies about a man's life, an alleged death, and that would be a mind control program and boogie boogie. And now you're all the way up to QAnon, right? But the important thing about 2019, and I know I skipped over 2018, but it's for a reason. 2019 was so key critical because of the shoes that I got placed into to walk. And that wouldn't have been possible unless it was for all the weirdness that happened in 2018, which will always go down in this story as the year of the hacks. So when we look at now at the end of 2019, and all these YouTubers are allegedly being taken down, and I mean, hell, some of them are even dying, but they resurface. Don't worry, it's not an actual physical death, it's the death of a character. So, for example, like I've said, Joe from the Carolinas doesn't make YouTubes anymore. And David Wilcox wasn't even the real guy. And we get into the whole progression of how someone goes from a real human at the highest level in this video game, which is technology, all the way down to the avatar and to the 2D figure that eventually gets made. And we may or may not look at that tonight. The whole phenomena of people that did videos, YouTubes, when I came online and did my first one in 2015, you really didn't see the video game platform avatars. Like, I mean, look at Unirock's platform versus CW's. Unirock's is a video game platform. CW is working with many mediums now, as his scope is limited. So, Defango is another one that uses the video game formats. And it's all really important because what we're talking about is what we believe is real and how we get our information. And, you can say things are comedy all day long that aren't funny. Everybody has a different sense of humor. So, the reason why so many of these people that seem to have broken the hearts of some online is because they find out that these people are actually comedians. They're not the hardcore journalist or advocate that you may perceive them to be. But when you put it in comedy, you take responsibility away from what's being said because it was really just a joke. And I get it. Everything has been really just a joke in a way. But the biggest problem that happened is when people had to realize, oh shit, there's no secrets online, and this whole thing somehow is being filed and organized and separated and divided. And where the hell does that leave us as humans? The thing I will say about 2019, even though I knew it was real before that time, 2019 was the year that it got right up in my face and made itself visual to me. What the hell am I talking about? What I am talking about is the reality of something I said so long ago that upset so many people that I loved, which is the story about what a human believes is alien. And if our creator God doesn't have a body like ours, and you carry it out from there and expand it and multiply it and just smash somebody in the heart, in the head with a hammer and just mess it all up, would be the idea that anything that is not human is alien. Thus, God is alien. Oh, man. I mean, I've always had a weird way of speaking, but it's mine. And it's the only way I know how to express myself and be as honest as I can. So, in 2019, what I really saw was the truth that, for example, what you may think would be a non physical astral entity operates in these etheric and electrical platforms, which is technology. Okay, it was always here. We just didn't have a medium to see it. So to me, the computer really would be reckoned to a new and improved Ouija board for people that dig that. And I never did use a Ouija board. And it would also be like what you see some of the people use, and they call them voice boxes. So they communicate with the other side. And a lot of the joke with the thing about the Elvis thing, or say multiple communities constantly repeating names of my loved ones. I mean, maybe you guys could all say that too. You could just pop in on a live stream to find out what they're talking about, and they use the word Hazel all day long. Well, yeah, I know Hazel. I love Hazel, and Hazel's tormented. Great. Um, that's a that's a cruel joke to play if you're just getting your rocks off. And if it's not that, then we really have to address the hierarchies. So, for example, let's look at some unfortunate realities in this philosophy of what humans have experienced over time. Not all angels sit on clouds and play a harp. We know that there are different hierarchies of the angelic realm that perform specific functions that don't sound very angelic. And in the same way, what we would want to call demons actually don't serve the purposes that we have been told in these fairy tales. So, for example, a lot of the demons actually entertain and dance and march. And I've talked about that in past videos. The question of, are we dealing with a spirit who has a soul? Which soul group do you migrate to? And there's so many people that fear that they're being absorbed into a singularity. So when I hear that crap, all I can think about is the soul group. There's a lot of humans that have different backgrounds and origins, and that's something that, whether it's medically or scientifically or sociologically documented and tracked, I think we can deal with that too. But in the end, 2019 put me in a place where they were very active and very communicative. Um, you know, I'm the girl that broke the story originally that this is two-way video communication and there is third-party evaluation. If you want to think of it as a government entity, you can do that. I mean, I think it's a combination of crapshoot and intent. It's like a bet. So on the other side of the spectrum, it is the Akashic records. It is our judgment in front of us. And like you guys know, I'm not a Bible thumper. Um, there's so many different takes out on why I am damned, why I am unwanted in a community, and why I have no value. That's all part of the game. And I get all that. But when I first started 2019 out, there's a story that I really can't tell so well. So I can just give it to you like it happened, and then I'm going to go to the live chat and check things out. I appreciate all the comments, whether they're positive or inquisitory or even negative. It's fine. Um, what happened was I was full well aware for the last year and a half of this two-way video communication with a third-party evaluation. I knew they could hear me talking back to them. Chanter likes to say that I'm just talking to myself, talking to the computer, talking about him. But what's funny is I noticed that every YouTuber started adopting that as their platform, and in all these communities, which are nothing more than hubs for the same agenda. Whether it's a positive or negative agenda or mixed is irrelevant. But to go into every place that I just wanted to make a friend and get smacked down before I ever said anything was the way 2019 began, with a huge bang. So the one day, it was a Saturday, I was chilling out, nobody was here. I called up Mary Jane, I said, let's hang out. And in the meantime, what I was listening to on my phone didn't appeal to me because they were speaking very snide and kind of poking the bear. And I said, what the hell, man? I don't have to listen to this. I can do what I want to do. I'm on my own time, but I don't want to waste time, right? So I said, blow me sideways. And what I did was I turned the volume down so they could still hear me, but I didn't have to hear them. And I do enjoy that. It's kind of like when I go into a chat where there's this activity, whether the people are puppets or possessed or video games, I don't know. But anyhow, That's when I went and said, I'm going to pull a CD. And that's when I pulled the Queen, the Royal Chronicles. And that's why I did record it this year, for those of you that heard it. So we're talking about unobtainable music that comes in the US after 2013. We're throwing it into the timeline of everything that has happened and kind of looking at it and saying, wow, this has more to do with it than what we may assume originally. Well, in the meantime, you got to realize that even though my momentum was going out as broad as I could take it, it's not like a skinny line that goes like this, like a laser. It kind of is a peripheral vision. But over here in the background, I don't see the games that are being played, of course. And I start to realize something's going on. So after I had listened to the music that day, was the very first time that I ever entered a community known as Boyd. And of course, where is community? Isn't that a fun thing online or in the real world? But that, of course, is where I meet a group of people that have built a very vocal, popular story around someone called Elvis Travels. And I honestly didn't know that they were talking about a 350-pound man that lives in a trailer that calls himself the Assyrian king and you have to pay him taxes. I mean, what a great story about money and scams and nonsense and bullshit. And all I did was ask him who his mama was. You know what I mean? Who's his daddy? I mean, why'd you trademark Elvis's name? Because I'm doing research on this crazy cat, and the story even involves the election of Trump in 2016. And so, this is so complex that there is no way in hell that a retarded computer or a half-wit bureaucrat could ever work on for years. And so, something that I want to say too is, even though I've only been here in the online community for 5 years, this game has been hot and heavy for 10 years. And we also have to go back to, in a few hours, we'll be entering a new decade, 2020, a master number, yakety yak. And we've got all these opposing stories on the table that aren't even relevant, when the simple hope was that everybody could come together. But in the end, the way the story plays is, of course, I'm the reason why this has all happened. So if I would be eliminated, surely everything would be better and more people would survive. Those are just fireworks. It's New Year's Eve. Now, in the ghetto, there is a lot of gunshots on New Year's Eve. So I would expect that to happen through the night. Let me just jump back and scan this chat, and we'll do a little gossip. Okay. Oh, Brandon Young. Okay, so, Brandon, I think you're pretty sweet too. And believe it or not, one of the things we will be discussing tonight is a video where your true nature just absolutely shines in a positive way. And yeah, I hope Davey might be able to help us. But in one of my last 3 or 4 shows, I had brought you up and spoke of your intelligence, and someone basically said, yeah, yeah, he's got a real job. And I hope I say it loosely enough to where it doesn't offend anybody. It would be a high up job with a government agency. And I said, well, that makes sense to me because when I look back, you said very few words to me. And of course, in Channer's second most recent video, you know, he blows off the spirituality and politics thing and, you know, tries to get around that whole thing. And then, of course, what you had said to me is if I wanted to live forever, that I would accept a 3D printed organ. And, I mean, it really wasn't anything more than that. And you were never cruel to me, which I do appreciate. And as you know, there's no shame in the role that any of us are given. But the question was, and the experiment was, when would people see the truth and realize that what they were told about me wasn't very accurate? No matter how difficult it is, the information needs to be assimilated, so on and so forth. And of course, that's what I'm still patiently, waiting to do. But we will be going over that 5 hour, 55-minute long video, a nice group chat. I'm not going to put everybody's face on. We'll just keep it to the audio. I need to work with my computer. So when I leave this screen, I'll be watching the video. You guys won't be able to see it. You'll hear it. Of course, Facebook should be working and bing, bang, boom. I haven't done this since my computers were hacked in 2018. Of course, I'm not on actively working on Facebook because every one of my accounts has been cloned and other people are using them and they're working nefarious actions. And it's good for the algorithm and for the alleged artificial intelligence to see who real Suze is. Because the one thing that I've had it up to here with, and I get it for my own protection, and it's part of the mind games, it's always a rush, is to speak to me through other names. Because if it's been said that my name isn't spoken of for one reason or the other, whether it's a safety issue or an inquisition issue, it really doesn't much matter. Because here again, I come to the end of a year with expectations that won't matter to me one way or another, whether it's real. But in the meantime, since other people are experiencing my reality, they imagine what I'm going through the sunglasses of what they would be feeling. But really, nobody has any clue of what I'm really feeling, no matter how much I allow this process, which, like has already actually taken place and the populace doesn't know. And that's cool. But in the meantime, I really do, unfortunately, love working. I love being productive and helpful. And I do seek some way to earn an honest living. And so if that makes me a big whore or a big hose bag, well then what hope is there for any of us to love our jobs or to do anything important? And so what Thomas is going to get into when we get into this later is the whole encoded message of what actually Bitcoin is or what energetic currency is. And that goes back to a transmission that I was given in 2016. Well, it really was. It wasn't like a video that said, okay, this is what energetic currency is. It was a transmission, and it's the best way I can state it. And kind of like the music that's playing quietly in the background of Elvis's. Now, I get it that my brain doesn't work the way that everybody would like it to. But if I show you an Elvis alternative version that was published on YouTube in 2018 and is from August 27th, 1977. For any of you guys that know even this much about the Elvis thing, well, you should know that his alleged exit date was August the 16th of 1977. And the quality is so good. And he's in such great spirits. And so, you know, I'm of the belief that he faked his death. And I've always believed that. They like to play with me a little like he didn't survive because somebody gave him the poison needle. You know, whatever. Bring the proof. But in the end, the guy singing on this alleged date, Joe says, because he looked something up on the phone, and he said, well, it was actually recorded 2 weeks prior. Okay, subtract 14 days from the 27th, you're at the 13th. That means that he did this kick-ass musical extravaganza 3 days before he expired and was all hopped up on pills and sweaty and couldn't remember the words. This is about stupid, ignorant conspiracy theories that are built. And this happened years ago. So to me, I'm one of them bitches that believes that I do something to break the cycle of a loop that has to happen, that has a predetermined place where we all eat shit and die. I don't know. It's pretty weird. Okay. Thank you, Baz. You love the crystal balls, huh? Now, I know you're very intelligent and can figure out why I brought the crystal balls. And it's not because I gaze at things and get premonitions and talk to the dead. Good grief. It's because of that hokey story with no crystal ball. You know, the girl that doesn't have one. And the thing that gets me, and I know age is a relevant reference point, but it's funny to me how the people that are in their late 30s into their mid 40s are focused on building stories around young women in their late 20s that are entering politics. I think that's like pretty stupid. And you know, there's a reason why you have to be 35 years old to be president. And 35, by then you are truly an adult and you are in your crisis years, and hopefully you're working on burning out your false ego, which is called dross, and you have enough energy to do the job, and off you go for a 20-year career, right? In the meantime, back to all these names. These people that are writing stories that try to substantiate a false packet of evidence somehow through all the different arms would somehow lead back to me. How could shit get any stupider? But, of course, like many people know, there are actually people that need to be identified. They are targets, and they want to know which ones of them are full of shit and which ones are here to help. So if I have a lifetime of that, why wouldn't I seek out wanting to speak to the people that could look me in the eye and allow me to believe that they are serious? That's what I've waited for, and I am glad when I see people actually interacting. Scrappy Doo. That's right, Shadow Zone. We have a couple Scrappy Doos in our community, no doubt. Everybody has a role to play. And there really is no role that's greater than another because it's about what you do with the role. And I think that that's part of the odds. It's kind of like a handicap. And I've always been what you'd call a handicap player. Hi, Trisha's Travels. Happy New Year to you, too. Calm down, Treacle. Who's Treacle? I haven't met Treacle yet. What's up, Ethan? No, your fingers aren't broke. Tape them things back together. Get on it. They got paper tape. That won't rip your skin off. And, one of the things I am going to do for 2020, I am going to promise to make more concise playlists. I have over 520 videos up, and 40 were ripped away from me when my account was hacked, and whomever was allowed to privatize my own work, which would give them more tape on their reel to broadcast through. One of the interesting things that I just learned the other night is that once you purchase a video game, you're basically considered a 24-hour live streamer. It makes a whole lot of sense why the platform has changed and what changes the platform may or may not be adopting. I always like to think positive. And this is about potentiality, and it is New Year's Eve. Now, see, why would anybody want to ask me to review this message? I'm a space bitch from Mars. Now, Shadow Zone, you do know that most people with their sexist viewpoints believe that bitches are females. But we know that Mars is the planet of war, and allegedly men are from Mars and women are from Venus. So when you put that into a little parable, now what we need to do is play the game of you giving us more about your take, not on your outward sex, because that is a fashion faux pas of 2019 that I don't really want to get into. But see, what it's really been about the entire time is the idea that no matter how messed up we are, we have to be able to balance our right and left hand side of our brain. The right side would be the emotional, the left side would be the analytical, and then it flip flops on you. And we have the masculine side of whatever sex you are. The masculine side is the active one, and the feminine side is the receptive one. So we'll leave it at that and see what pops up in the chat. Gosha Americana Book 1 by Neppy. Hey, peace, man. How you doing? Anytime I see the word Goetia, the only thing that I can think of that would give me an identifying term with you would be the great philosopher and author Goethe, Goethe. And of course, I would know that name because that was someone that Rudolf Steiner looked at a lot of his work on the actual life cycle of a plant and other living organisms that grow out of the ground. And for anybody that wants to hop on the alien train, let's ponder this. When Gautier talked about the life of a plant, or Steiner, there was a time, allegedly, in what would be the evolution of a human being, where their head was planted in the ground. It sounds like motel hell. It makes me nervous even talking about it. But that your consciousness was rooted in the earth. Let's say it that way. And that the legs were what was pointing up towards the sun. And there was a time during one of the epochs where that switched, and of course then we became upright with our heads up here. You'll have to let me know if you have anything to say about that, please. Goetia, right. Right. I'd like to know what that is. And I could look it up on one of these devices, but I'm using them all. So if I could get a meaning on that word Goetia, I'd appreciate it. I like to learn. Thank you, Baz. Okay. Davy. Have I heard the tall tale of Mr. Good saying he's Enoch? Well, of course, out there in the community, it's this really more about the story of how these little stories branched off a decade ago. And all I can say is when I find a David Wilcock that is not who anybody thinks he is, and then I find a David Wilcox, COX, who is a singer that even looks similar to him. And then I add to it the idea that that caster guy at the impeachment hearing has the same damn voice as David Wilcock. Then we have to kind of go over to good. And you got to remember that somehow there was remote viewing going on and people building stories. And then I come online and I am being accused of being a data hacker. And I've never been on the stupid computer before. But, I'm the one that gave the report about September 1st, 2014. And then you have all these other people who were acting out roles, picking up stories. So when I hear these names, I think, how can I relate to so many names? And that goes back to the shoes I wore this year and trying to train myself even better to not be in any way a bitch to these people or spirits or entities that wind up being pitted on the other team. So when we go to our buddy Channer, of course, we have to use his testimony that good is the one that somehow manipulates the cease and desist orders that many across the platforms have received. Now, the first time I heard Corey Good's name, all I could think of was Johnny Be Good. Anybody that I'm dealing with or without an avatar, for me to assume from, could be some kind of a thread of a actual spirit. And I know that we have talked about the soul groups, but when I say a spirit, here's what I'm talking about. Since this is just all an illusion anyhow, and it's messing everybody up, I hope that anybody in this chat is cool with the idea that when they say we have one life to live out, that we do that through a series of incarnations, in and out of form, even having to experience both sexes, male and female. So, the question I have is, who said Corey said that? If Corey, in his avatar video game, says, I am Enoch, well, I'm going to tell you that anytime that you're looking at an avatar video game format, that there is the potentiality that somebody could be shoving words in that puppet's mouth. I mean, if you're on a real video like this, for real, this is me. There was somebody in the last couple weeks that was trying to illuminate someone on how to tell who's real and not. And one of the answers was, if you wear asymmetric earrings, and asymmetric earrings, oh shit, I don't even have both of them in. But anyhow, they're not the same on each side. Like if I wear one little one and one big one, that automatically I'm not the real Suze. That's stupid. So I will never give any of you what I would consider to be a blow off answer or a kindergarten answer or anything that I would want to insult anyone's intelligence. I hope that's a good enough answer, Davey. It's all I got. The cosmic stylist. You know what? For real, I love doing hair because first, I wanted to do no harm. Second off, I really do care about these people. Whether they started out to be my friend or not is irrelevant. When you spend years with somebody and actually lay hands on them, you have to care about them. And in the meantime, if I had to go out on the streets today and deal with the zombies and the people that are so fucking lost, and somebody says I have to perform a service, I mean, shit, I think I'm in the 70s and I'm going to tell them the customer is usually right. I only perform certain services. So, for example, back in the 70s was the first time the hair color connection to breast cancer was talked about. Well, the other day it hit mainstream again, and there was a doctor, and what he's saying is that the black women have a 40% increased chance. And then he brings in the thing about relaxers. Well, that's something I don't do. And I know how. I was trained, but I don't want to. I don't want to put lye on somebody's head and have their head set on fire. I don't want to. I don't want the money that fucking bad, right? But anyhow, whether it's lye or sodium hydroxide, these are toxic ingredients that people have been messing around with for over a century. But nobody polled anybody but a little control group back then, and I promise you, it was people this color, like my color. That's nothing to start a race war over. That's a basic fact. But in the meantime, just like Thomas said, not only me, but every one of us deserve to have choices and the ultimate decision on when we exit this system and how we do it. And so when somebody cuts off every way to eliminate your existence before you can make the choices that are your destiny, that is something that is so precious, that has been stolen from humanity since the dawn of time. Now, you can call it a coin or you can call it a human life, but in the end, what Thomas was conveying in my head was the idea that the love for life is what is the most precious. I mean, I found that very human and very commendable, and I appreciate that with all my heart. I'm just trying to get my mouse to work. Yeah, so I'm profound. Well, Baz, it sure has been really a bitch for me my whole life. And I'm 55 and I'm on this Saturn return. And I got mocked even for talking about astrology as a teenager. Everybody else was talking about their daggum sign while they were jerking around with the Ouija board. But the minute I do it, I'm the trouble, right? And in the meantime, your 50s are really supposed to be about the expansion of your career and what you can give back to community. So that is definitely what has been robbed from me over the course of 35 years. What I do with the next year really means something to me. Whether or not it does to anybody else, it's not that I don't care. It's that when it happens to you your whole life, it hurts feelings. It creates poor self esteem. And when you already battle with that, for whatever reason it may be, you have to develop some kind of a shell or a shield, or if you want to get all existential and shit, um, it's about using your auric field as a protection. I mean, we could go into it a million ways and see what the point is I really didn't come here to argue or fight. And as I do create my playlist better, we're going to get exact numbers that will debunk everything that's been said. Like Chandler thinks I'm obsessed with him. I mean, I keep saying, man, your pain patch is not working or something because I have made as many videos about my actual career or about the Elvis um, investigation as him. He's not this major thing, but what he did, like for example, with the Dark Alliance horse shit, he's the one. And this goes back to the alleged doxing of Joe and Unirock and the files and this joy and all this nonsense that, oh man, did I just lose my thought? If somebody can help me, that's great. If not, oh, the idea, yeah, that he's primary and that I'm obsessed with him or something. See, that bit of time when I realized it's like a lot of people, man. If he really doesn't care about me and I'm insignificant, why does he have a weird love hate relationship with me? Because I would have never thought that in a million years. I just saw it simply as he's on a team with other people that make up a community of what you would call alternative media, conspiracy theory kind of people. But in the end, we really all do have to be on one team. I think a lot of people forgot who they were along the way. I don't see why it's a crime for me to share the journey of me finding out what I am being prompted to find out, or being mocked that I won't take that final step and walk through a door like I've been a puss or something, or haven't been cooperative with any channels. The one thing that I have said, oh, this is going back to Chanter. Okay, so Chanter himself was the one that originally said the thing about him being the Dark Alliance. And then he flipped it around like it was just a joke. And then he made it like it's a criminal offense. You know, that wasn't, like I said, really it at all. It was the shiny bauble for the Joe from the Carolina exit. The blaming of Unirock or whoever else, and how these other people fell off. That was the point. So even now, like in one of the videos, he starts out with my name, claims I'm obsessed with him, and rolls off the names of all these other people in the community. So to me, what that is that is a very subtle way of besmirching my name. All he only used my name in the beginning and then talked about all these people in this line, so it's like somehow I get connected with that. But remember, he even brought up back in 2018 that he had been given orders by the same legal group that Corey uses to not speak about me. It's so weird when we talk about our different incarnations and who we've been told we are. What part of a system or a game is that? I'm not really sure. But yeah, this profound thing of mine. What do I do with it? It upsets, obviously, most of the people. It takes a few years for people to figure out what happened. And then I have to be able to adjust and move forward and try to make the best of a very difficult situation. Because either there truly is some kind of recompense for what I've been through, because when you really are at the end of every way to survive. And it was part of an elaborate thing that goes back to politics and Ferguson and, these being told by leaders of this town that I'd never be allowed to live or work here. And to think how elaborate that is, connected to online gang stalking and a weird file from Groovy Beans World, because it said Groovy Wobble Bass, BASS. That was from 2013. 2013 is when I was ordered to the coffee house, which is now closed. I was instructed to sit at two computers that had never been in the coffee house before and enter in my information. So, no matter what we're talking about, whether it's Elvis or whether it's bullshit files online or whether it's all these names being used that aren't the real name because it's just aliases, it's just straw men, it's all a damn joke. It all goes to this computer server somehow. When I say this, I don't know what this it is or where it's at or what it is. The impeachment, which was never no such thing, and taking all accountability that's not due to the person they claim to be obvious and stretching it out to the individual and saying, look, man, the fucking gig's up. You want to fly straight and be cool or rebuild? Or do you need a pineapple shoved up your ass? I mean, that's kind of like the moral of the story that plays out in a couple of these threads. Scrying boards, right. So let's think about mirrors, let's think about dark mirrors, and let's think about hairdressers always having to look into mirrors. And the idea, believe it or not, one thing I do want to talk about soon is my actual experience in 2019. And I haven't spoken about it yet, so it will be a first time hot drop of the 3 attempts I made to go out in the world and work. And what I need to say about that is it's really hard when you're a young person, male or female, around 19 or 20, and no matter, even though you have the skill, they say, well, we don't like your look, we don't like your last name, we don't want you. So you say, okay, I'm going to start my own business. Well, I can remember back in the 90s after the first round of corporate layoffs, when we first heard the term overqualified. When you're a bitch like me, you don't want to be overqualified to rub it in somebody's face. It's part of the self education. So, whatever I've thrown myself in, I take choosing my education seriously because it carries on into what would be known as fears or phobias or dreams or secret lives or fragmented personalities. And the biggest thing about 2019 was seeing friends that I knew being split in two and acting out different roles in different communities. I've got a dead voice ringer match for someone that I hold in as high of regard as I do Thomas. And Thomas would know him as well. And it's not Wilcock, and it's not Joe from the Carolinas. I'll do my best to bring that up soon. I do need to tell you about the job thing, but I'm running through this. It's just taking me a minute. Shadow Zone Productions says Goaetia is that I wish I had a pronunciation thing. Gotia, whatever. American book one by Neppy. Very cool to hear about the book. I'll have to check that out. We'll have to work that. Your grandma's name is Hazel. Okay now, Mr. or Miss Gotia, or however we pronounce it. This is where there is no other thing I can do but to say confirmation of spirit phenomenon progress. And so, exactly what you have just illustrated, and Ethan does it. I've seen Ethan do it, and I'm seeing more people do it, giving me information that actually comes from the only thing I could know it as some kind of unknown family commonality. And some people come from large families that they know their whole lives and they hear the stories about. Me, not so much. And so, especially what's happening in this rewriting of history and digitalizing everything and being able to manipulate things to such a point that none of us would know who we are. I appreciate that that's what you would type to me. And at the same time, I would have to believe that that is something that is so far beyond any perception of what anybody would try to pass off as a coincidence. And there would be no reason for that. So let's say if that's what we were dealing with, that would be an entity tormenting. And so, for example, one of the entities, a female that I know quite well, that's sadly fragmented, and I don't want to torment her. I want my money back. If not money, there must be a value put on what was stolen from me. So we'll use her for example. She loves to use the name Desiree. And of course, that would be my firstborn's middle name. So Hazel pops up quite a bit around another one of my friends that goes by the name of Vinny. And here again, it doesn't matter what anybody says about me. It's about what I live with. And so this whole thing with the computer has been so profound. And more than anything, it's forced me into that place where there has to be somebody like me that people wouldn't laugh at or mock for being in touch with some kind of astral realm as well as being intuitive or psychic, but never once, even when I was young, used it for manipulation or profit. In my career as a hairdresser, I alienated myself from any kind of words like that because I was raising children and being as normal as I could be and be my real self. With the identity being stolen and the things being hacked and all of the things that have been done against me, I mean, shit, I can't even be Sue's the holistic stylist. I mean, I'm a psychic, and then I got, you know, people calling me that can't even speak proper English, wanting to get readings and shit. That's not what I'm into. And I don't care what the hell we're talking about, especially on YouTube, but throughout my whole life. There has always been those people that wanted to control and refine the way I do what I do. And that's why I've also said that I am fully ready to accept whatever it is that wants to come and present itself in form in front of me and give me the message. I'm fully aware and capable, and I'm tired of the mocking of it. And so, like I said, I move on in good spirits, but I do expect an answer. And for the government to just say it's too embarrassing and the whole thing is below our social etiquette score, I'm not thinking that's the right answer. So, be it the devil, be it God, man, just tell me what's going on because there is no way that my message can help the people it was supposed to help unless this is some kind of an intervention. And if it is, that's great too. But I don't like the parodies about it. I would say, and I'm not asking anybody to stop because nobody has the balls or the good sense to use my name. So I would be more than happy, for example, to even speak to Dum Dum or to Dum Dum's friend Unirock, but it would be on my platform. I mean, these people ordering me around to their space to come talk to them so they can jump my shit and tell me I'm stupid or something. That's never going to happen. Never, 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 never. Okay. Suze, did I get to watch Hellier? We chatted about it last time. No, sir. My apologies. Um, it's gonna sound stupid. So many people get mocked for their whole life being social media. And in the meantime, I'm under the realization that I'm monitored 24/7. And if that's not enough to get on anybody's last nerve, I don't really know what is. The few friends that are true friends is how I earn a very modest and honest living. And a lot of the time, I'm on the biomat chilling out. And like we talked about, when I first rolled into this situation in 2014, I did watch a lot of Paul Hellyer. It seemed like a lot of these guys, there'd be this percentage, like let's say 70%, that I really thought was viable information. And I still would feel that way about a lot of people. And this whole UFO alien thing. So, all right. So when I think about Paul Hellyer, and you'll have to tell me if I'm right or wrong. When I think about him, I don't mean to cut him short, but where I put the focus is the UFOlogy, along with the alien agenda, along with the secret programs that surround that. And of course, for example, because I always have to relate it back to what I know, it's the only way it works for me. When I first came online, the UFO thing was what Randy Morgan's interest was. So, in my mind and my heart, I had and still have this invisible family bond with this guy who seems to have a platform for that. And then as I watch it, he's having people on that in the end, I identify as partially full of shit. And that in the end, he also is mocking. And then he gets exposed for his agenda, allegedly, which is religious slash political. Now, going back to Paul Hellyer, I don't know if you know this, but in this weird coded language that we imbibe here online, anybody that's from Canada,
Record number of people on the streets in New York.
really,
They're talking like 2 million. Because it's 2000, the new decade. They've never seen this many people in the streets of New York. They're filming it with helicopters on the news.
Canada. All these things come out of Canada that seem to be so relevant and important. And then you get the whole thing with the Trudeau and the realization that there's two governing factors there, and that it's a whole different ball field, because this is all about pitch and catch. So I do make this promise tonight that I'll go vibe something out, and I will bring it up in a show. But the sad thing to me is that everybody that's involved in this alleged historical conspiracy around the UFOs and the aliens, it's like every one of them was defamed. And I think that that's the bigger message here. Imagine giving your whole life to a study, and then every time that you find that inconsistency, that takes a piece of your self-esteem. It's so hard to find out things that you really believe or that you build into your human life. You say, what the hell? I mean, this man had to be in his 90s with the stuff that I was listening to back then. I mean, he's got to have 50 years in this game. And now we're back to looking at something like an alleged person that's at the top of their field or would have absolute power in any given subject. Why would they all want to be full of shit? I don't think anybody does. And there really can't be enough money to be involved in something where you have these relationships with people in the end, full well knowing that you or that person will be thrown under the bus. And that's what I have to say about that. Because I think that's such a waste of information. And there's really no shame um in being able to look at a timeline not only horizontally but vertically and seeing how your latitude and longitude plays into it and what's going on one side of the planet and in the opposite without it turning into a war. And also with the respect to say that it's no insult to someone because they got a piece of the puzzle wrong. And if there is such a thing as God, which so many people say there's not now, and that's so confusing for me because everybody says they're Christian and, we just plummet down the toilet, from there. But if we all have this potentiality, and we are more than human, and we are a little bit alien or um, a little bit divine or whatever we are, how can even when we do our best and step outside our bounds and have faith and trust some kind of fucked up plan from an invisible man or some bullshit. And then somebody's going to say that you're damned to hell for that. I'm not buying it. I hope I said enough about Hellier for now. Samael, the venom of God, the demon, Adramaleus, the righteous wow. Now, I'll tell you this, Ethan. There was a lady that worked at the hair shop, and her name was Pat Patton. And she really was like a Patton figure, she was very authoritative. And she wore her hair bright red. And she was a cool lady. And all her clients were Catholic, and she was Catholic. And I thought it was so cool how those old ladies didn't look at me like I was nine kinds of stupid if we were talking about God or the angelic realm or the hierarchies. And to them, it was so natural. And this is all fascinating because it must be real. And we have to go back to the point of why would somebody at any given time in history come so far in their studies and their life and say, I just want to fuck shit up, so I'm going to tell a lie and we're going to play telephone for no apparent reason. Um, so I will say this, in this year of 2019, I would say that there would be many entities that I encountered that would be in that grouping of what we would call Samael, the venom of God. And, the biggest thing I can think about all this is this idea that this alien called God, for no better name, because your head will blow off your shoulders or whatever. So he sends out whomever, because we don't want to mince words, and I have a I have a need to say the right word. So whether people are going to call it Lucifer or Satan, I'm not here to argue, that was commanded by this other alien called God, the nice one on the cloud, right? Says, your job is to traverse the earth to and fro and find out what the hell's going on. To me, that's what the internet conjured up. Because imagine if you had no form and you had a voice. See, like me, I've got a form, but I really have no voice. Don't take me serious in the fact that I would believe that. I'm telling you what the story is out there. So they say I have no voice because nobody watches me and I'm irrelevant. Nobody knows who I am and I'm nuts and I'm in trouble and there's a secret file and whatever you do, don't go nowhere near me. Fuck, man. It's like a bad scene from grade school, isn't it? And even me, I mean, what choice does any being have when another being encounters said being the first one? You know, you don't just walk away because these beings will do whatever that you've seen in a movie, theoretically, and that there is a certain fear that's fed on. And even if you're a good being and you're not coming to eat nobody, and somebody goes, man, you suck, don't be nowhere around me. Well, even the good one would probably not like that after a while. So I'm not really sure in this story that we've been told that all those things aren't inverted by our own attributes. And I've been in the chats where the activity in the stream would be something that I could go to YouTube and find you where they make a fake one, with the boogie boogie monster sounds. And then there's the ones with the real sounds, seriously. And it's just like a party line for them as much as a panel discussion on a YouTube live stream. And a panel discussion is where there's a bunch of people talking, like the Hollywood Squares. You can do it through Zoom. They used to do it through Google Plus or Google Hangouts, whatever. The video game streams, not so much, unless you're working with an actual video game. Then you would see groups or people that you think are really people that are hanging out together. Even the panel chats sometimes illustrate how chaotic the conversation is. And they all talk at once. And of course, I have to look back and laugh and say, how many people, alleged commenters, really couldn't handle it at first when I was playing a video and talking. And it's like, okay, so what we're doing is they're doing some kind of a test to find out who can multitask and who can't. Kind of like the whole idea about what my brain does no matter what I'm doing, and I do very few things, and anybody with a brain knows what I do, which is funny because that's what everybody says is so terrible, and they make all the mockery about. And that even illustrates my whole life, that if there was one thing you could get on me, it's that. And it's like, man, why, why will you accept it in your own friend? But somebody that's not your friend, you refuse to look and see that there really is a difference between those two people. And it shouldn't depend on your friendship. It needs to be analyzed so there are no more movies ever made again like Reefer Madness. That's as simple and concise as what I can illustrate. And here again, illegal, decriminalized, medical. And are they just poking the bear to want you to say, oh, this is my crutch? We as humans get our legs knocked out from under us. And somebody wants to talk about a crutch? Who can stand in that judgment and say what is right and what is wrong? And keeping in mind, first do no harm. I just don't get it. Andromedus the righteous. It's fascinating how in these encounters, every one of these beings would be righteous in their own regard. It still must be a judgment, even with things that aren't human, where somebody gets that idea through their title that gives them the ultimate right to say which agenda is brought to the forefront. And I think that there's been an imbalance of that during each one of the epochs, where different groups ran things. We're looking at a global cultural battle of powers and principalities. I mean, government could never be as crafty as the other realms. And that's why I say this is way more. But I think it's good for us that we do explore it and keep a sober attitude no matter what kind of buzz we have. Sometimes you're just high on life, right? Shadow Zone adds in Ethan Ross, and John Elias is righteous at heart. I wonder if that has to do with the word slay and its two meanings. So, most people think of slaying just as smiting, um, throwing the other one under the bus. But there's something about love and how it smites too. And I know it's a large part of my persecution throughout my life, and it does bring up some pretty hard questions. Interesting, to say the least. I don't know what hubs are. Let's see. And although hubs, if I'm thinking beyond the physical, I did tell you there's this four faces of God that's been hanging around me, um, especially online. And if these hubs were part of the four faces of God, surely these would be these teams of people that it was always their destiny at this time where we create something new that had to be part of validating the experience we all shared. And I don't want to say that I was any more or less affected than anyone else. And I do look forward to hearing the stories someday, other than when I'm having to hear it through names that I can't relate to. I mean, I do, but I look forward to hearing it from the person themselves. The in group isolation has gotten too obvious, yeah. That's something to bring up. Okay. So, the inbox isolation became obvious to me. I felt like I had been taken out of the normal realm and put in like one of those attics in a castle, like in a bad fairy tale. And where I was at that truth, honor, and integrity group, and then you get into Thomas Williams and the Kim Trust Fund, the Mana Trust, and that goes back to the ITNJ and 10 years back. And so, like I said, I do have a great deal of empathy for the people that are in this game and are getting the code to say, man, that had to be a drag to be in the know a decade ago online and to have been put through that test. And I don't want to call it a rat trap, in the whole Cheddar story. it was like more like a flu or a virus because you always got to think technology. So, what I thought was really weird that made a lot of sense is this whole connection to Jonas Salk and the great work he did and the autobiographical book called Outbreak, and I did the show when I was with CCN. And it's the whole story, Jonas Salk starts out going in World War One to vaccinate the troops against the Spanish flu. And unfortunately, what he found out is that there were key groups of people that were dropping like flies. The vaccine proved fatal for them. Those people turn out to have a missing enzyme in their DNA. They're people that live on the equator, and so you're imagining how many different groups of people even live on the equator. Whether you think the earth is flat or round, I guess doesn't even matter. So connect that to online. The people that really want to piss you off are the ones that are involved in these super chats and these collections for St. Jude. And the reason why that is because in the Elvis drop, of course, we see one of the Elvi with a kid and the St. Jude Foundation and the amount of money that is donated that really doesn't go where it's supposed to go. And coming back into Jonas Salk, he really got ganked on the whole polio thing. And I've talked about that too. So the difference between Salk and Sabine and a killed virus or a live virus and how that morphs into after his whole run with the people that loved him but really hated him. And it was all about power and money and control. Because, see, Jonas Salk knew that there was a bad tainted batch of polio vaccine. And the more pussy it was, the more cancerous it was. And with the flu vaccine, they had learned that if it's just a little pussy, then it gives you the immunity. And if it's contaminated, it'll give you cancer. Connect that to all these scam people that got in the speak of saying, well, if you want to do something and prove you're somebody, and I don't know who the hell they're talking to, but they say you would cure children's cancer. And of course, my comment was that what would you do for the 18-year-old? That legally, with a legal loophole, is now an adult. And so that 18-year-old isn't going to get treated, but her 12-year-old brother will. And the whole idea that even though they really outwardly do good things, when you see the media, which is public relations and a lot of propaganda, it does appeal to the emotions and they do normalize having larger and larger numbers of people that aren't formed properly. And now you're down another rabbit hole. But you get what I'm saying. The whole idea that this ties in to too many things, and how they've made such money on the death cult. And then people really not even knowing what life and death is. And when you add all that in together, you could see why you would interact with all sorts of beings. And who's to say what is alive? And so to me, I can't believe that any of the hierarchy wouldn't be alive. And who'd be there to say they're not? And then people like to call me the undead. And it's like, you know what? I mean, it's funny and cute for only so long, but back to the whole disclosure thing. I mean, what's his name was on normal TV, and they had debunked him a long time ago, and then they bring him back and they say it is, and they pull it back, and it's like the whole time, this is what pisses me off. So I brought this picture, and I've shown it before, and I'm going to show it to you again. And I'm going to tell you the story. All right, let me just put this up here. Oh, duh, Suze. Hang on. All right. See these things right down here on the left? So there's two of them. Let me get my balance. Okay. There's the big one. And there's the little one right there. And what they look like to me is some jellyfish thing, right? And this picture is in the garden, and it's 2013. When I took the picture, it was dusk. It was still daylight out. The sun was going down. And when I was taking the pictures, I didn't see these things flying around. Now we're into paranormal or metaphysical, where they've said, forever, yeah, you don't see these images. When you take the picture, you don't see it until you look back at the picture. So I can remember having these pictures developed. And of course, this was an enlarged one, and I put it in the frame. Here's the point. There's been so many stories wove around mocking this without coming out and saying it. So, like, a chanter blew a gasket to find out that, well, how could it be that Lockheed Martin or whoever was making the triangle thing could just like fly into somebody's yard? And it's like, man, I fucking told you. I live in the military industrial complex. I mean, what brand of English am I not speaking properly? I live not 2 miles away from the whole McDonnell Douglas complex and Boeing, and it's all government. This is really the secret city. It is the Manhattan Project stuff. It is. And why mock it? And so here I have this phenomena show up in the yard. But here again, nobody can focus on that because there's so much other shit going on. So, see, I actually have something real, and they say, well, I have no idea who they are. They say, don't listen, don't look, don't watch, don't even conceive it or perceive it. Okay. So I could bring the scarab in. And I know you guys have seen the scarab, and I know deep down the world knows about this. I'm not going to play stupid. I mean, it manifested itself after I went through some magical thing. Okay, great. I done told the story. That's important. But oh no, everybody else's story that everybody's going to say is full of shit supersedes and precedes my story, which makes my story a mockery. It's so stupid. It makes sense why it's the big underground viral conspiracy that everybody's talking about. And it's everything that I told everybody was coming. But like I said, I've had to wait for it to cycle and sift through all these names and play all these games. And I do think it was really important that I was put through this year of engaging it on every level and not having any fear when I could hear it in the line. I could feel the wind rushing. And what it would be like is knowing that there is some slayer that's working the internet and hunting these people that will not turn around. And I have no fear because deep down, I know that crazy fuck is protecting me. There's no other reason I'd still be alive. It's kind of like the thing with the impeachment. I mean, how are people dealing with that really? That, oh, their vote doesn't count. And they got told this whole cock and bull story, and the government's being run by a bad computer game. And David Wilcock is there as a guy named Castor. You know what I'm saying? That is fucked up. And the whole thing about Trump, which one's the real guy? Who's pulling his strings? And I mean, I'm so deep in it. It's beyond bad. But is it so bad if it shuts down a false system? And then I have to go back to one of my weird friends that I was always very close to that gave me the creepy message that I would do something to undo time as we knew it. And I really did. I got pissed at him because especially when you're hanging out with a secretive friend. And he didn't mean to be secretive. He was adopted. He had a lot of questions. It wasn't anything bad. And he did this storytelling for me this night at the hair shop. And I had painted the laundry room like an Edgar Casey kind of place, with his little house and these wild trees. You guys know I'm kind of artsy. So I painted this trippy room. And that's where the biomat was. And that's where I did the thing with the incense. And then the scarab appears a few months later. It's part of the story from the hair shop in Florissant. But in the meantime, he's telling me this story, man. And he's got these big spikes and he's got this hat. And he's talking like a shaman or something. I mean, I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. And then that's when he told me that stuff. And it was so weird for me at the time, because I was still married to the guy that didn't want nothing to do with my little Susie psychic side or whatever the hell it is. And he was the kind of guy that was very cut and dried, left brain mentality of a turnip and way traumatized, you know? I mean, you never know how people are going to turn out. You meet them when they're young, and either they stay the same or they don't. I think a lot of people lose themselves in this aging process, and then you hear with the secret space stuff, you know, that they've got the technology to, 20 and back you, and they're going to zap the age on you, and you don't even have to die. And then we got to tag it back to the Enoch question from Ethan, because in the end, isn't Enoch or Ezekiel, or, there's those guys that did some kind of an ascension dance in their physical bodies and didn't have to wait for a trumpet and come out of the ground or whatever. Our stories that are happening are of biblical proportion. So you got one Bible that you can tell the story of how they fucked it up and how they manipulated it and controlled it, which turned out to be a bad deal for everybody. This computer has always been capable of keeping an order of things and being able to separate the wheat from the chaff. And otherwise, all the stories are bullshit and get wiped out. And I refuse to believe that this is all bullshit. There has to be something about it that isn't. And then they say I was told one thing that wasn't correct and sent off on this adventure. And it's like, who told me the incorrect thing on purpose? Why would they do that to me? And if that's how the dirty work gets done and we trap humans like that, well, then don't I deserve that explanation too? Because that's not playing by any set of rules that I think even Lucifer himself would agree to. I'll say that much. And I don't, I shouldn't be speaking for other entities, but what's a girl gonna do? It's New Year's Eve. Let's see. Shadow Zone says Ethan Ross got a statue of Pazuzu earlier this year, courtesy of at Baz, shortly after we'd last talked about him. Huh. Very interesting. And Roy Orbison. Well, see, Brandon, here's what I'm talking about. I've heard the international man of mystery sing Roy Orbison, and I know you're in the little secret circle that would be encroached in the bigger circle, let's say. So, as you know, all you need is a little thingamajig, and you can make your voice sound like other voices that would resonate within your frequency. And the next thing you know, you could be anybody singing and sound just like Roy Orbison. And what is wrong with that? Because the music should be eternal, right? I mean, I don't know why you brought him up, but I just thought I'd say that. Boyd. Now, see, now you're messing with me, Davy. And this is where, here again, it's like y'all are seeing, if you get the reaction you're supposed to from me. So, Boyd would be the very first boy that was my boyfriend that we never even kissed, and that's 8th grade. And Boit is the bottom of YouTube. So these one word things. Okay, now let's play a game and say you're somebody that comes across this chat thinking, what the fuck's going on, man? Well, let's say they knew those names too. Would you call them paranoid if they said, hey, I got somebody by that name that's really special to me and was part of my life, and who knows how we all relate to each other in these other incarnations? So that's what I'll say to that. Oh, and then you want to pop off with Lloyd. Lloyd was a nice guy that got stuck with a woman that was used as a monarch's sex slave. They had a really hard marriage because she liked to deflower young boys. And they got divorced. And he had 2 beautiful children with her. I mean, what the hell else are we talking about? I don't, it's so funny. I do like to be involved with it. And see now, like, what I noticed about a lot of the streams was they were just plugged in scripted lines. And they really didn't mean anything because they were like bots. They weren't intelligence. Whatever game y'all are playing, it's an intelligent one here. It's not a battle of the bots. And like I said, I don't give a shit whatever name you call out at me. The best potential is, see, because all the multidimensional yous are coming into this one being, which is the one with the body. That you can say, hey, for real, it's me, it's my hair, it's whatever. The highest form could absolutely choose to incarnate. And now we're kind of talking about archetypes. So, they say that an archetype never fully enters into a human form because they know they can get squished like a bug. Well, if it's the appointed hour and God the alien says, hey, man, it's time, or whatever. I mean, why would everybody be afraid or act like they had a vote or that they didn't have to ride this wave out and let go of the trauma of all the other incarnations? Dag, I haven't even talked about my year out trying to work in the real world. Shit. Hopefully we're almost done with this. Oh, the void. Daggum, man. See, when I see void, what I think of, and I don't even know really how to say it right, but they call it the guff. And then I think in one of the movies, the guff was allegedly empty, which means that all the souls had been used up or something. And that's kind of weird because, of course, here in this world that we engage in, a lot of people like to say that every soul that's ever been incarnate would be on the earth now. And then you think about it and you go, hey, but wait, my aunt just passed last week. We're back to kindergarten talk, and I don't want to go there because it's about the eternal now and the whole idea that in 2012 time ran out and we all whatever, because there's a million different stories, and I guess it's just the best way to sell a t-shirt. I don't But when the answer comes, I think the people that mock it would be the ones they talked about in the stories that were sleeping or too busy to deal with it when it came and knocked on their door. And that's just not my way. To me, the void would also be the place, the no man's land that's outside the perimeter of the matrix. What a great, okay, yeah, the song Roy Orbison in Dreams. Um, Man, in the movie What Dreams May Come, that was one of the first things. Hey, hey, wait, no jumping. Thank you very much. You have a good night too, Shadow Zone. Man, I still don't know what the hell to do on Twitter, but I always knew that the crazy war was there, and it's like I said a long time ago, every platform was infected with something. Oh, that's what I wanted to add. I'm sorry. Back to the vaccines and the Jonas Salk thing. Back when I was doing that video, I had also included a piece from 2005. Within our own government, allegedly, the speaker is saying that they had already released the God gene virus on the people of Afghanistan. And what the God gene virus does would be to retard the cognitive functions of the frontal lobe, which include your ability to have spiritual thoughts that would be not of this realm, allegedly, versus this part, which is gets agitated with that kind of speak. It's just not their deal. They're way left brain analytical. They've already made their decisions. Because they don't know for sure what something is, they say it is not. Okay. So they released that on the people of Afghanistan. And what I said was, considering that can be administered airborne, it's just like the water. To be so damn selfish or ignorant to think that air that is released in Afghanistan will not wind up in anybody's neck of the woods like over here in America or wherever. That's stupid. Kind of like the water. And in the end, I can go on to sound a level stupider and bring the truth of what Walt Woods said. Hey, it's easy peasy with the secret technology that they have patents on that some people mock. that have these secret uses that when people find out, they have a nervous breakdown. Okay, great. Well, if they got a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and they went to a river and did something not normal, it wouldn't make any big corporations any money. Well, you can clean that up, but you got to clean up all the rivers at once. Like I'm talking about in the world. So you'd have to have the kind of network or hubs where there would be teams of people that would do specific things in a unified manner across the board at once. And would the ignorant call that magic? And would the superstitious call it a miracle? And could we just say to people, we've taken back our power? I don't know. You got to speak it into existence and believe what you're saying. Man, I think I missed a lot, and I'm glad everybody's having fun talking without me. But I used to break up weed on a Ouija board. Oh, that's funny. Shadow Zone production. Let me tell you a funny story. I'm such a pain in the ass. Hey, wait. You know what? Sam does have lovely hair, Davy. Oh, and you love doing hair too. Great. Right now you're yeah, I know. Trish, tag it. So see, for real. That's been happening behind the scenes for a long time, which is how they got more interest in me outside of my own country than within my own community to prove a point that you can't be a prophet in your own town. And we're supposed to be finding out where home is, and dang, there's a lot going on in here. What the hell, you guys? Okay, so I see what's happened. All right, I got it. I know exactly what the hell's going on. I'm really glad that everybody's finally acknowledging it. Oh, fuck. All right, so now Joe knows. Okay, so everybody's involved. And see, I knew when I came online tonight that there was no way around this. And I wanted to do it, and I didn't know what it was going to be. And there's no way I can keep up with the chat, and you guys know. Oh, shit. Elvis is a roustabout, so maybe. All right, now look. Damn, and we're doing Facebook Live. I wonder how that's going, too. All right, so I can't do that. All right. I was showing Joe a video earlier of this guy. He's in his 20s. He's kind of a button-up vato. And he's doing a review on Elvis's worst movie ever, and it's Harem Scarum. And if you guys have seen the video where I featured the remake of the Elvis one where he climbs the mountain to dive off into the ocean and the little kids talking, it's the same kind of humor. It's the same kind of comedy. And I say I can always smell number one. And then what's really fucked up is there's a lot of you guys in the secret group that number one lets you smell them too. And so you know what that is and you know certain things. What's going on? All right. So anyhow, he knows what's going on too. And I've explained it to Joe the best I can.
I'm Joe.
This is Joe. And so Joe, Joe, I know. Oh my God. And oh, and it starts. That's the acid they talk about releasing online at you guys. It looks like punch drunk. And that's why people say I'm drunk. And I haven't drank for 14 years. That doesn't make me square. Joe quit drinking. How long ago did you quit drinking?
30 years today.
Do you know? Okay, so you're at an exact point.
30 years to now.
Okay, so
I think I probably passed out about this time. That 30 years ago, maybe. Something like that.
when I first met Joe, he had recently quit drinking alcohol. So I mean, I haven't drank for, we're best friends, we're in a relationship. I was doing these body cleanses. A drink almost killed me. And so you guys need to know there should not be any judgment in why somebody doesn't drink, and it shouldn't be made fun of. And anytime he wants to quit something, he does it cold turkey on the drop of a dime, even cigarettes. He quit smoking cigarettes on his birthdays. He had smoked forever, and he can break an addiction, but he's an excessive personality that's been down with everything. He'd be like in the 11% range of people you say can't exist. So I'm just saying that too. Okay. So yeah, everybody knows what's going on.
It's quiet.
Sure, it's quiet. I've been getting messed with a lot anyhow. Now, what's this? Elvis Elbra. I don't know what this is. All I can think of is they call Elvis Travels Elbow. I don't know, Elbra. Can you catch my card I made of his image? Not with you yet. Oh, back to the Elvis story. So, anyhow, the kid is doing a review on Harem Scarum. I'm smelling number one. What I'm telling you guys is there is no other answer. It must be whichever Elvis still has a physical body, or one of his sons that nobody knew about that would have rights to all this stuff that superseded the rights of the contract holders because they were filmed their own self. Anything that Elvis had somebody tape or film was property of Elvis, not property of Sun Records or whoever's movie theater. Okay, so in this thing, it has been cut. It is not the same movie, and I know who I call Adam is involved. And Joe's trying to tell me these other reasons. And I'm like, no, you don't get it. This is at the top level, whether it's real or whether it is a psyop mind control thing, which seems extremely sadistic. That is not what humankind is about. That's not what Elvis is about. And that is not what the supernatural is about. But he's got a crazy sense of humor. He's isolated and lonely. He's seen people have to throw him under the bus that were forced to. And it goes above the knowledge of any president. And Trump and Elvis cannot be the same entity, Baz, because to have to see horse shit about them being the same entity or their philtrum or how one morphed into the other is redunculous. And I still say that Trump would be the apprentice of secret agent guy Presley. I mean, ask anybody high up in the military. I mean, do you ever really get out of serving your country? It's like, fuck no. You know, what do you want to do? Going back to Salk, after, he goes down as the big polio dude, they say, all right, look, you need to shut the fuck up about the Bad Batch. And if you can go to this basement, it was at a university, and keep working on cures. Well, Jonas Salk spent his golden years finding cures for cancer, and tag that right back to the politics of medical espionage. And I can say this because I don't have a medical license. I choose to be studied here again. Plus, I mean, truth be known, there is some weird telepathic thing I'm involved in, and they're going to prove it to the world. Her name was Brenda Lee. Well, she was a great singer too, huh? I really do have a great appreciation for music. And, you know, when I hear CW talk about there's no new music and there's no great voices, and I think I am so grateful for this journey because I've seen otherwise. And I could do a show that take 3 or 4 hours showing you those people. I should do that sometime. You know, Ethan, my oldest, whose middle name is Desiree, she wanted to be an Egyptologist. Just one day she said that out of the blue. She is the one that had the story that I destroyed heaven on earth, and that she's Nephthys and I'm Isis in another lifetime, and then you got to pull all that in. And what's the connection with these archetypes, Isis and Osiris, or even Sophia and Thelete? That's also in the code. Oh, and these archons. What a pain in y'all's ass they are. And then I got another pain in the ass telling me in some kind of, look into me that I can't be manipulated by these archons. And it's like, well, if that means they don't want to tear me limb from limb and eat me raw, I guess I'm lucky. Because the things I've seen this year are pretty intense. Man, Davey, don't be like that. Just because Brandon, um, see, I don't think Brandon was ever fooled by Chanter. Even though you and I have come to good terms, I would have to say that in my mind, you're one of the guys that Chanter did not make you privy to what he had originally committed to behind the scenes in my slaying. I think Brandon was never fooled. I think he knew as much as any of the main players, which is no disrespect to you. To me, you came in later, and the first time I encountered someone else in your soul group, he was under a different name, and I can't remember what that was. And then he took that channel down. Trump is perfect. Ram Dass. Okay. Here's what I got to say. You know, from days of old, they always had astrologers for any of the key players. They kept detailed records. That's where you get the earliest stories that could justify a statement that someone reincarnated and now here's the new young one. It looks nothing like the old one. That's a continuance of eternal acting out in the physical. So the thing with the Ram Dass, and now I don't see it right now. Okay, I'm back. When I see perfect, I think of prefect, Prefect. Trump's chart was perfect to fulfill his role on the global stage. It should have never been about someone not getting a dual role because, he's a Gemini, twins. But I've seen people that are single births that do have a twin here, which would be whether it's the avatar in a game or a doppelganger. I mean, everybody's got a twin now. And there's a lot of other things about Trump that I always look at it this way. If Trump knew his destiny and knows who he is, which who can sit in that judgment and throw a rock at his head and tell him he doesn't know if you don't know him, right? And it comes time for the move, he could take the heat. And he knew everybody's truth was going to come out. And it'd make for a really good show. I get why you would say that, and that wouldn't mean that that statement, Ethan, which is what I do appreciate, it doesn't have one drop of political nonsense in it. It's perfect. Man, I wish I had more screens and more tricks. Let's see. That's funny. Have your balls dropped yet, mate? Yeah. That's probably when all the laughter was going on back then. I don't mean to be scary. And I don't get why all this should be scary. And I also think it goes back to people making fun that I'm a man, but as you can see, I have a very active side. So, see, this is the way I always try to explain my life. When I go out in the world and I run the hair emporium and, I do clients and talk shit about hair, even though I'm a girl doing it, that's my masculine side because I'm out in the world doing business. Okay, great. Now, at the same time, I think I got that balanced, and really, technically, I do because I birthed three children and ran a successful business. So, whatever anybody's got to say, you know, blow me sideways, right? But I never had a home life because I worked all the time, and my home was also my hair shop. And I was only home to do the specific things, which is okay, we're going to eat dinner and I'm going to do some normal stuff and take a bath and, whatever. The point is, when I left my ex and went out in the world, that really put me in a position where now my home became equal to my business because it was a new life. But to live somewhere where there's been so much trauma and tragedy go on that we're directly involved in and nobody really wants, especially me here. I mean, at least Joe's Catholic on paper. um I'm eternally damned to hell, they say. But you know I'm very much in my feminine nature because I am a prisoner in this home and there is nothing for me out in the real world, which I really do need to talk about what happened this year because it's going to confirm a lot of the bullshit stories out there you've heard. And I want to say that the reason why I haven't talked about it earlier is because to me, it's once again proof of how targeted that I am and have been. I wanted to be careful and I documented everything. So, there's another really sad story about it too, but I'm not ready yet. I'm trying to get down this. But yeah, the whole balls thing, man. My spirit has a lot of balls. Hose bags unite. That's funny, isn't it? That's funny. Oh, you know, it's such an odd topic. And see, that's where we go back to energetic currency and what your value is. Currently, none of us have the kind of value that would get us out of whoredom. A lot of guns just popped off. I just heard around. Hey, and all I got to say about all this, what would you call it? Manscaping and hygiene. Your taint should not be waxed. And you get these stories, whether it's men on the subject of women or vice versa with the freak show hairdressers, that like take wax to that. It's really not good. You get a lot of infections. You could rip your skin off. I don't think anybody really needs that. It's kind of like getting stuck in a story about bleaching your butthole, isn't it? But I get the comedy of it because there's certain comedy that runs through these streams. And I get it. And I know my stories they are funny. Mm, 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 mm. Now, see, the whole thing about these pictures, Joe does this trick with his underarm, and he can pose it a certain way and take a picture of it, and it looks just like a. Did you hear that popping off? He can't hear so good. Um, anyhow, whatever I was saying. Mm. Oh, yeah. He can make his underarm look like a puss. And then take a picture and send it to somebody. So I think a lot of these dick pics were manufactured, not like somebody's real schlong out there on the table. I don't know. I've not been involved in that. And they say in these green rooms is where these things happen. And it always cracks me up because, like to hear one of those things where they're like, oh, what are we drinking tonight? What are we. That's the cat that plays the piano. What are we drinking on tonight? What are we smoking? And it's like, you can talk about being together in spirit or being in communion, but there's no way these people are actually partying together, right? Even if it is a green room. Okay. Conjuring ain't no game. Now, see, do we take some kind of like a, I don't want to call it a pat on the back, but it's like a mystery to realize that this stuff really is way more real than what anybody would have ever imagined. And I'll even say myself, even though my whole life I experienced it, it wasn't really until this adventure. And I don't think any of us, I mean, in bodies, we're ready. Poke salad, Annie. Oh, I know all about it, Brandon. And hey, did I mention the music from earlier? And then Joe was trying to tell me a different way it could be. And I'm like, either way it goes, that's not the point. The point is, publicly, the way this sentence is states August 27th, 1977, which is after his goodbye date. You know what I mean? It was a huge thing today. Huge. And how many pictures of him? You don't even want to know. 82. But see, whether you're talking about dad or the son, either one of them could have been singing in 82. Queen of something, huh? You know, I you know what it is, right? In the end, I'm responsible and worthy. They know I'm not the kind of bitch to rip them off. You hear all the guns going off? Did I mention I live in the belly of the beast? And then people get all jealous of me. It's like, you're fucking retarded, man. You don't even get it. It is time to play the game. And that's why so long ago I made that dopey hashtag, play the game with us, because it all goes back to the idea of this. Imagine these poor coders and realizing that when they create their game, that is very probably part of some psyop, war, that their good guy can only be as strong as the good guy within the coder themselves. And the bad guy would be the lowest qualities of the coder, his or her own self. That's how I see the stacks of the people that I've encountered along the way in YouTube that have shown themselves as more than one entity, and one might be completely interested in the UFO thing, and the other one would say it's all fun and games and is involved in the money raising. The one supposedly on the Hillary email server, and the other one is who interviewed me for the first time. I mean, Terry Joyce has a lot of explaining to do. But of course she doesn't know either, and she's a pip her own self. But here again, everybody's got a story. And if it's related properly, we can all grow a lot from it. Right, and the whole NASA story. Do you hear the gunshots, man? This is nuts. Damn. Transcend duality, like trimest, geez. I can't say that name properly. Trimus, you know who. Yes. It's all about transmutation. Hi, Amy. I'm glad you're here. And yes, Baz, Goethe. Sometimes I used to say Goth, but you know, the way the German people say it is Gothair. Jean Paul, Gaultier.
Careful.
About what?
We got hit.
I know the gunshots are close. You mean the house got hit?
Porch got hit. Something got hit.
All right, now.
Heard the dog barking.
You guys, I'm gonna get a little paranoid for a minute, okay? Hang on a second.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Hello. I know. There's major gunshots going off, and the house just got hit.
What?
The house just got hit by gunshots. Or something. Something happened. But yeah, I know. You be safe too.
All right.
Are you inside at your dad's?
Yeah.
Okay, I love you.
I like you.
All right, honey.
Got you in here, but it's under heavy.
You too. Well, don't worry about it. Everything's fine.
I hope it was started.
Believe me, everybody you know, because this stream is too live, too global. I'm live streaming right now. All right, I love you. Bye, honey. Happy New Year. I will. I'll let them know. Bye. We'll call you back. My son is so sweet, you guys. And I've lost my two daughters through these wars. Hang on a second, because I want to close my curtains, man. Doesn't that fucking suck? I mean, just the whole idea of if the house or the porch got hit and then me being at this front window. You know, when you're riding out on the streets, and Joe knows this and cops' kids know this, you're always supposed to stay in that enforced part between the front seat and the back seat. And see, that whole idea of realizing that ignorance and this mind virus or people turning into zombies or just being general jackasses. I mean, it can't be that fun. I'm just kind of gonna stay down. You know, it can't be that much fun, man. Wasting so much money and shooting off bullets, right? And then the whole thing about, you know, whether you're allowed to defend yourself. And now I'm sitting on the fucking floor. Oh, okay. So it's 12:04. Happy New Year. Do. Let's see. Q's Triple H's theme song. Trimesgistius. I wish I could say that, man. Dadgummit. Gout. You know, magnesium is extremely helpful for gout, and there is homeopathy that can help too. I can't even think about it right now. I'm just thinking about gunshots. Ah, yes. Now, Ethan, the section of the Keys of Solomon pertaining to the traditional 72 demons. Let me tell you something serious.
That's fucking
All right, so anyhow, this is serious. My daughter, Chelsea, and all her weird stories, she didn't, well, anyhow, it's hard to explain. She bought this book down on the loop back in the day with all the, those 72 that you're talking about, the 72 demons, and the keys of Solomon. And she told me that I needed to have this book. And to me, it was pretty creepy. It was kind of like the witchcraft and demonology book to me. And I didn't feel like reading it. Really wasn't my deal. And she was playing Lord of the Rings with Zach, and that's another stupid story. But basically, they were playing Junior Witch, right? And then, of course, they killed their relationship with us in 2012. But the point of the story is we did something on her birthday where we gave her back, pictures and let her know we love her and did all these things. I life charted it all. And I gave her that book back. I don't have that book anymore, but I know the book. Will Cock David is the question. Yes, very much so. And is it a case of an identity being assumed that would no longer possibly be on the physical plane under COCK, not COX? COX wants to be able to tell the story. I think that
Fucking assholes.
yeah. Hey, I just locked the door. What's going on?
Get back.
Are you I think this Wilcox has had to lay low and knows answers. And I think he'll be involved in the story somehow. But I'm going to show this. And then David Cock will. And these gunshots are too fucking much. Willing David Cock. You're funny, Davy. Am I saying cock too much? Hey, never forget I'm a cock. Glass cock, that is. Scottish kin built stained glass for cathedrals. I'm a proper mermaid, the whole 9 yards. And that's why I need to be buried so deep I'll never get up. Let's see. I should be a hacker, but I'd have to stop smoking pot so the government can harm me. Now, see, isn't that funny, Ethan? Because I could do so many good jobs for the government, but they know that my marijuana smoking is a benefit to not only me, but the scientific community at large. And whether I am buzzed, isn't that fun? Whether I'm buzzed or not, my brain functions the same way. And who are they to say, considering they push a magic button and hit you with the acid? Puppet are one thing, but they only really work with your hand up their bum. Okay, and that's why I've not been made an offer, but you would think they'd have a pittance. That's a lot of fucking gunfire. That they would have a pittance for somebody that willingly did all this work for him, fully believing that I was doing the right thing and would be treated properly. So, yeah. But anyhow, if they want me, they accept me as I am. And anyhow, there's nothing wrong with grass. And anybody that wants to say there is, they got to pass the Boozola test. I don't make the rules. And what's it matter? We're all engaged in spirits, aren't we? Do, 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 do. Okay. Because you know there's spirits in the smoke, too. That stuff. Eliminate what? Life? No, I'm just kidding. See, they got to deal with us the way we are. I don't want nothing up my butt either. Oh, thank you, Amy. I love my peacock earrings too. Hey, not that this is as good, but this is a kukui nut, and this would be native to the Hawaiian Islands. And they would cold press the essential oil out of them and use it on babies and stuff, and they were called kukui nuts. And I did education for Paul Brown, and we had to dress in a red blazer, which you know wasn't my color, and wear a kukui nut necklace. And so I made some kukui nut necklaces. And I like to do some hair of some cool people. Nobody lives in the hood where I'm at. People are terrified to come to this house. You know, they say it needs to be exercised. So I can't believe I got to put up with this shit. I don't know. I don't know about all of it. Asymmetric hair. Asymmetric hair can be cool. You know, I never was accepted by most of the hairdressers. Oh, and yeah, we got fucking Jeffree Star having to try to weasel out of the fact that he's been pimping private label makeup and everybody's skin breaks out and it's all about packaging and bullshit. And, you know, my whole beauty industry's always been dirty. My gosh. What a great chat. I don't even think I'm in the right place. All right, so let me just look at the bottom here. I'll bring in Rex and double check everything right. You know, Rex is a very special creature. I keep saying he's an emissary of what's to come, and he's sweet. He growls real quiet and looks off into things like something's going on, you know. All you can do is love him, right? Yeah, I hope that it didn't get hit, David, Bucky. For real. I mean, you know, the walls are plaster. It's not drywall, but it is siding. And it's fucked up when your siding gets a hole knocked in it. Yeah, I know everything is real, but all things are play to me. Play doesn't mean lack of respect or honesty, moral lightness and freedom. I agree. I agree. The shaman knows it's all a game. That's how he does his magic, yeah. Amy, I will definitely put some holistic stuff together. I really do see this next year besides getting my playlist in order. Oh, look, my startup disk is full. To make more space available on your startup disk, delete some files. See, all my files have already been scrubbed. And part of the game that's being played with a computer is that every once in a while it'll say that that disk is ejected and to do something. It gives me a command. And I just ignore it because the disk is not ejected and it's all part of the shit. And whenever the 3-letter guys wake up and decide that, everybody's going to play nice, it'd be fascinating for people to break this computer down and see what the hell happened. I mean, it's educational, to say the least. It could also get me shot. Just kidding. Not really, though. Right. And the people that say I can't be manipulated would be the very ones manipulating. Tag it. And I learned that. Yeah, there's so much for me to catch up on and look through on this one. Thank you guys. I appreciate that y'all are interacting. It's good. Okay, all I have to do now is I think this video is done, right? Maybe. I don't see the time. I need to tell the story about me going out in the world to work. Hey, we're good. Hi, Medicine Bear. Happy New Year. I'm still live up here. That's great. Okay, so let me tell you about what happened to me. And we're going to do this in order, in a timeline. It was in March that I decided the only thing I could do is run a booth at this antique mall. And, I know how to merchandise, and I have a lot of things that could be sold, and I had a lot of antiques and needed to survive, right? And it would be booth rental, and my salon was always booth rental, which means, I pay rent and I go in there and do my thing, and it's up to me if I want to sit in there and work and talk and get to know people, or if I wanted to conform and do what most people would do. I'm trying to get myself right in a safe place. Conform and not really interact with the people. But of course, like you would expect, these people and I started talking to each other, right? And so they were telling me all their stories, like about how their experience has been working at this Manhattan antique mall. And when I first heard the name, I thought, okay, now you can think of it positive or negative. Positive or negative. And of course, we have the Manhattan Project, which would be the negative. And my positive was a music kind of a format out of Manhattan in New York called Paste Magazine. So I thought, okay, go work at this mall, and it had just started up like 3 months before that. It had opened at the end of 2018. So when I went and talked to the guy, I mean, he was nice enough, but kind of standoffish and very fast moving and always had something he had to do and he'd be right back. Blah, blah, blah. You sign a contract. And like any good talker, they kind of make you that deal on the handshake, which would be the spell casting of the words, and you really don't realize it's going to be as bad as it's going to be at first. And you want to be positive because you're making, $700 investment. And so I took it serious and did it. And long story short, it was nothing more than a corporate pyramid scheme where they would acquire more and more of the space that renters paid for at first. So, for example, there were 3 renters that were making their income on vinyl records. But the guy that runs the place says, well, we're going to open up a 600 square foot record shop in the front because our logistics say that these records are the number one selling thing in resale places. Well, if you're the boss and you're renting space, but you put your corporate needs in front of your self employed people, you might see a conflict of interest. So, with that all being said, this is what happened. It was May 29th when this event happened. So, in March, I'm signing the contracts. And I guess April would have been the first month in there. So it's only May, and it's the end of May. Being somebody that wants to be part of a community or a team, you can see why I would sweep up a floor for them if I had plants that had been in that area along with another woman. And when she moved her plants out, well, I was moving mine out because they needed them moved out. And so I swept the floor because I wanted to help. And a woman comes to the doors. It's an old national food store. So you've got 2 electric doors, automatic. I'm in the inside of the 2 doors. The gal that's coming in is pushing a cart that's owned by the mall called Ma'am. And she has things stacked on it, like piled up on top of each other to a point. And when she hits that first door, her stuff collapsed in the automatic door. Like the stuff off the top of the pile. And so you know what I did, which to me is what anybody would do, is they would say, let me help you. Because the shit's in the door, but I'm helping her pick up the stuff. So she is getting past that door being stuck. And she starts giving me the business about, oh, thank you, all dramatic, and saying how nobody in the world cares anymore. And that's really a big fucking deal that I picked her stuff up for. And I said, well, I figure you run a booth here because you've got one of their carts. And I'm just a new booth runner too. I'll help you back to your booth. So we get back to her booth, and she lets off with some information that sets me up for the fall. So, what she says is how much she can't stand the place and that her and her mom are going to have it closed down because there's violations on the back wall. The electricity's bad. There's some wires messed up and there's some water and yakety swack. And I'm trying to kind of calm her down, you know, chill her out a little bit. And in the meantime, like I told you, people had been telling me all sorts of weird shit, just coming up to me and talking to me. And I'm used to that from the business I'm in. Well, then she tells me that she has a little problem with her memory. She's been seeing someone and she's just been through a few rounds of shock treatment, shock therapy. And she worked for a paralegal, and her daughter's mad at her because she doesn't approve of her living situation and the man she's shacked up with and all sorts of crap. She's telling me all the worst to being a hairdresser. And what I'm saying to her, like a dumbass, is telling her about life charting because what she said was she had missing time, in her memory and the shock treatments. And she feels like she knows things, but she really doesn't know things. And I said, well, life charting would be great, yakety swack. And I told her about that. Well, in the meantime, the mall was getting ready to close at 7, and I met her in the hallway at 6:35. So while we're talking back at her booth, she's shoving everything that she brought in this little bitty booth that's 6 by 6. And she had like the caution tape up. The entire thing was crammed, packed, full. She got it under the tape, which would be legally what she needed to do to be in her booth. The mall's closing. We go outside. She's at the Jeep, and I'm getting ready to trigger her, and I do not realize that. We're talking about the life charting, we're talking about the missing time, and I said to her, do you think it has any connection with childhood traumas that would be tagged to some kind of abuse you suffered through religion? And her eyes went different. It was like they went cold and black. And she's standing and I'm sitting, and we're this close to each other. And so her eyes changed and she said, I don't ever want to be your friend again. And I knew that there was a different personality there. And she said that I was disgusting, about religion, because I asked the trauma question, and that was the trigger. And I knew what happened as it happened, but you got to stay calm. Just like when gunshots are going off, you just get down low and keep going. So, anyhow, from there, what I said was, I didn't mean to offend you. I hope that at least one thing I said helped. Because, I talked about homeopathy. I talked about the Bach flower essence. and I talked about the life charting in these 20 short minutes of time. Well, she goes back to her car and she sits down and she's facing me. The Jeep's facing her. We're in two different aisles. And so I lit a cigarette up waiting for her to leave, right? And she kept giving me the face and she was getting red. I mean, red faced, infuriated, and like focused on me. So I smoked the cigarette and I'm like, fuck, man, I may as well go, you know? So as I'm pulling out of the lot, she's following me. And when she made the right with me, what I thought was something's not right because when we were in the mall, she was pointing to where she lived and she pointed to the left and we're facing the same direction. So now she's following me. I'm in St. Anne on the Rock Road, about a quarter mile down from Lindbergh and the Rock Road or the old Northwest Plaza for any St. Louis people. And so I get up on Lindbergh on the on ramp and she's still behind me. From there, it's about no more than a quarter mile to where you hit Highway 70 by the airport. So I was working about 14 minutes from home in a neighboring community. And as I get on 70, she's dangerously on my ass. And I knew it. And so you're at St. Louis Lambert International Airport. Speed limit drops to 55. She's almost kissing the Jeep. From there, you're going to get on an overpass that's going to bring you down onto 170, another highway. I was really fortunate that I was able to fit in to a space between two cars because it's only a jog until you exit at Airport Road, which is in Berkeley. Well, on that down ramp to 170, I knew I was in a lot of trouble. And so I had called Joe, and you guys know I don't use this phone to make phone calls, and I don't text and drive, and I'm not really involved in that whole thing. But it was so scary that I did call Joe. And I gave him the quick story, and I said, she's dangerous. She's following me close. I'll call you back again. So I've merged in between these two cars so I can get over to the far right lane and exit off the highway. And she gets stuck where she can't immediately get in and she's pissed. Like that's my fault too. But once I was over in the far right lane, for real, it was like a bad movie where the horns were going off behind me and the screeching wheels and all that crap. And that was her coming straight across three lanes to catch back up with me, where what I was doing was a merge that would be like a comfortable angle, like 45 degrees. You know, it's not dangerous to the world. She's straight the fuck across. And so the chase pursued on Airport Road. And then, of course, you exited Florissant Road, and poof, you're here. Well, I had called Joe again on airport and said, this is serious. I want you to be outside. I'm coming. And he says, well, whatever you do, don't park in front of the house. Pull into AT&T. So we had a plan, and he was going to be over there. And you really don't want to fuck with Joe. So when I got on Royal, Joe wasn't over at the AT&T yet. Joe was in front of our house, no more than 2 feet off of our property. And his friend Tracy was on one of them scooter things, like a motorized scooter. So when I came on the street and saw that, all I could really do was pump my brakes a little bit, and I'm going to hug in right behind Joe, which would be the next house that's now allegedly going to be sold. We'll see. And the gal is playing chicken with Joe, like she's going to run him over. But Tracy is kind of dicking around on the scooter too. And at that moment, she would have realized that Joe and Tracy were protecting me because she really didn't know where I was going. I didn't even know her name, and she's telling me she doesn't ever want to be my friend again. The girl was mind controlled. And so she transferred all her anger that she had at the mall onto me. That's what any good psychologist would easily ascertain from this crazy fucked up story. Well, anyhow, I'm hugged in behind Joe. She has to move forward. Tracy's following her in the scooter. They proceed down the street, and you can make a right there, and it will empty you back out onto Chambers, and you would be on Airport Road because Chambers turns into Airport, and you are escaping the scene of the crime. Because she did make an attempt on my life, that is not a dramatic statement. It's a serious story that happened to me. So, what was really crazy was as Tracy is following her down the street, and he's going to make the right onto the little street called Nancy, this bitch throws her shit in like a reverse spin, like a race car driver, and tries to run him over. In the meantime, I'm getting the Jeep, into the back behind the house so it's out of sight. Joe had been working on his truck that was outside. I'm coming inside, and what I come into is our stove making that noise, like the pilot light when it doesn't come on and it goes. So think about some kind of EMF. Think about some kind of weapon. Think about something electrical going on. So that's what I'm hearing. And I'm checking the stove, and all the knobs are securely on off. Joe hadn't been cooking, and I wasn't here. In the meantime, Joe is coming inside, and he's cussing because the motor in the truck wouldn't turn over, and he had been working on it and had it running, and all of a sudden now it refuses to cooperate at the same time as we're dealing with this crazy bitch. And I'm telling him about the stove, and he's checking the stove. Not that he doesn't trust me, he's being a guy. He's checking the stove, which is fine. Okay, so all that happens. Now, in the meantime, Tracy has made it back up here and tells us that she tried to run him over. At that point, I knew what I was going to do is call the Ferguson police and make a police report. I'm a cop's kid. I have to defend myself, and I have to believe that my report will be taken seriously, even though I know what's going on and I know about the takeover of Ferguson and I know about the despair. Okay, so Tracy isn't going to give a report to the cops because he doesn't have a driver's license. I don't care. I'm still giving my report. I'm not making any light or any fun of the attempt on his life, but since he can't talk about it, all I can talk about is mine. So we call the cops and we get 3 nice cops up here. And I give them the full account. We go over the whole story. They assure me the report's going to be made. We talked about community. We talked about what was going on in this town. It was an honest interaction between 3 police officers, myself, Joe, and Carol, the old lady that lives across the street. Well, at that point, I knew what I had to do next, and everything I had to do is just like here online. It was another step that I would be persecuted for and blamed because it's the way targeting works on a person. It's not rocket scientist stuff. So what I needed to do was I needed to let what a name, Graham Swimmer, talk about a great alias. I had to let Graham know what had happened on his parking lot, full well knowing that that's a legal loophole because there is no law on a parking lot. You know, like if you hit somebody, nobody's at fault because it's a parking lot. The chase began at the parking lot. And what's interesting too is that the St. Anne Police Department, who recently was talked about in St. Louis media for having corruption at high levels and weird things, no different than Ferguson with the DOD or the DOJ. It's irrelevant. The point is, I had to call Graham and command his attention because once he hooked me in that contract, he never talked to me again. He was always running circles, and there was a constant flow of booth runners leaving. So I called Graham at 8:30 in the morning on Saturday and leave a message that I need to share with him what happened yesterday and that I hoped he'd call me as soon as possible. Either way it went, the mall opened at 10. Joe and I would be there. And my purpose in coming over would also be to file a police report with the St. Anne Police Department. So that part, I didn't say on the answering machine because that's just a little too threatening to say police report stuff. By the time I get to the mall at 10 in the morning, he's already there. So he never called me back and he was awake at 8:30. I almost felt guilty calling him at 8:30 because it was Memorial Day weekend. All right, so there he is. And he's got a million things to do before he talks to Joe and I. And in the meantime, the girls at the desk are asking what's going on. The desk is the most important place in the business. That's where people, pay for their goods and services that they got there, because they even did have a little farmer's market. So it was a very novel business model, except for it was hidden behind a pyramid corporate group that would all be somehow related to each other. Okay. Well, about 45 minutes in, Graham has time for us. And we tell him the story, and he's nervous. And he says he'll call the police. He's going to get the phone. He'll be right back. We're like, okay. So when Graham comes back from then, where he says that he's left a message at the police station, which is in the same parking lot as the mall. Did I mention that? Keep that in mind. Well, eventually, a nice young officer shows up, and he has a young woman with him that's riding through with him. And that's common in police work. If a cop wants to take a civilian out to show them what it's like to be on a beat because they're thinking about going to police academy, that would be the example. So they both came in. We went over the situation again. The cop wrote the information down. Now, here's the kicker for you. The reason why it took so long for him to get across the street in the same plaza, so I'm talking about walking across a big parking lot. It took him that long because at 7 o'clock the night before, every bit of their computer system went down and crashed. Connect it back to another example of an EMP weapon. They might sound like fairy tales, but they were used here in Ferguson during the Mike Brown thing. We went over that. And one of my shoulders was dislocated when I was just sitting down. The pain knocked me to my fucking knees. And in the meantime, I'm very symmetrical and I've never had broken bones, right? So look at the difference in this shoulder compared to this shoulder. See what I'm talking about? Now, like I said, the pain dropped me to the ground. I'd never felt anything like it. And I still have my mobility, and I've always been creaky. Like where you hear yourself, you hear noises when you do this, so it doesn't freak you out. I don't crack my knuckles, but I'm not going to run to a doctor because my shoulder's crunchy. That's stupid. But anyhow, this attempt on my life has been mocked, and parodies have been made, and jokes have been enacted. And we have two communities that have police reports on an event that happened. And if anybody thinks that my happy ass, as broke as it is, would pay for a police report, can kiss my ass, because I have my original copies on file. I mean, of everything that happened that I recorded to ma'am, to the corporate group of ma'am. After this all happened, He allowed her to stay because she had paid in advance. Well, if you're mentally unstable and you're endangering other renters and you overlook that, there is no ethics or admirable business model. And in the end, this was the last ditch attempt to make some money and do a quick hustle. And they're just taking people's belongings and raping these people. So, in the end, if you're running an auction out of there and you're telling your people, well, if your shit doesn't sell in your booth, sell it at the auction, and somebody tells you it's going to be worth this much, and you got the auction stacked and nothing sells, and so you're selling your $40 table for $1. To me, it was more like a recycling funnel. And they had some stuff that wasn't official sports kind of crap. And even in the contract, it said, if you do this, you'll be liable, blah, blah, blah. But it was right in his face. So that's why I say the whole thing was a scam. The whole thing was covered up. And this crazy bitch, the excuse that he gave originally was that she had went MIA. He couldn't get her on the phone number that she gave him. She had showed me a couple aliases that she was using on Facebook, not her real name. She had trouble with them. She couldn't get it up. She was trying to put me in her phone. It was all very weird. But when I walked into the mall in June, after the Memorial Day fiasco, and her stuff was still there, and Graham wasn't talking, and then I got a bill, even though I had made more than the booth rent, because he had the rent jumped up a month early, acting like he was letting me in early. And it's the same scam that Pope pulled on me with collecting a security deposit before I had been approved by city council in order to weasel more money and always make me seem like my lease was expired. It was so weird. But in the meantime, when he made the choice of that crazy girl over me, and considering I'm a cop's kid and you're in a 40,000 square foot building that's all divided in little cubicles, and how they were already having trouble with people coming in that were acting unsociable that they had to worry about. I thought this gal could easily pop her top and unload around. Yeah, I did. So technically, I didn't give 30 days notice. But in the meantime, I could shut down and get out of there and not get charged for another month and cut that loss. So in the end, going into business not only cost me money, but it lost me money. And I also had to get rid of things that in a perfect world would have been part of a museum of sorts. Personal items, and I wasn't there long enough to lose too much. I was willing to lose everything because it's only material possessions. It's not like I'm having to sell my soul. Okay. That's the big story. Now, in the meantime, you know, if I were to go back out, people say, well, just go get a job in a salon. Well, when you live in a place where they don't need extra white hairdressers because there's not white clients, there's not as many shops as you'd think that would be open to a 55-year-old white woman that ran a salon for 30 years. So I had one friend that always did have anger issues that wound up being the sole survivor of a group of booth runners that opened a salon some years ago. I thought maybe I could go in there and sell my jewelry or even possibly rent a booth. But even though she said yes, I guess it was kind of like on the internet where there would have been other girls there that said, you really, she might disrupt things, you don't want her around. It'd be the same story that they gave on the internet. And all I would really do would be to help. But if they act like they're retired and they don't care, and they're younger than me, then you could see where I'd be a pain in their ass too. Okay. Well, that was painful, not only because I gave her her first chance in the industry, and I was beneficial to training her as a competent stylist. Um, I had someone call me from Illinois that wanted someone that uses the non toxic hair color that I use. But she didn't want to come to a home in Ferguson. And I said, it's really odd that you called because I'm really planning on going back into my friend's salon, blah, blah, blah. And we booked the appointment, and my friend conveniently didn't even have the courage to call me back or tell me no. But it was made very apparent to me that it was no. That hurts. Okay. Now here's the worst. Not really, but it is because it's personal. So I have a friend that became a friend when we came here to Ferguson. She's very influential in this town. I've done videos featuring her. I've watched her grow up. She was at her main crisis year when she came back and the Mike Brown thing had happened, and Ferguson was just in devastation. When I say she came back, she had left this place and came home. Her father was sick. Poof, she's committed to being here again and dealing with it. Well, in the meantime, she was also embarking on some kind of a sabbatical and traveling the world all of a sudden. And she needed somebody to clean her house, her Airbnb. And I'm humble. I mean, geez, I said, I will take that job. And from the go, and we've known each other for ever since I moved here in 2007. She knows me, I know her, I did her hair. Now I'm going to be in the position of being a different kind of servant to her. She wants me to go into her home in Ferguson that will be unlocked. No one will be home, and I am to do my job. And I said to her from day one, you know, I'm kind of weird. My dad was a cop. I do not leave my doors unlocked. I cannot feel safe doing that. It's not because it's Ferguson, it's because it's the way I've always lived. Just like Joe. Joe grew up in Hazelwood. He grew up with his doors unlocked. It was safe. That's what his parents did. That's what he did. That's not what I did. And I'm the girl. And if I ask for my doors to be locked, then it shouldn't be disrespected. So, in the same respect, what I said to my friend is that I will only clean your house when your roommate is home. We can work it out. So, every time I had cleaned her house, which started in August, I made sure that the roommate was there. It was no big deal. He always wore headphones and he was always on his computer, and he could not hear that well as what he told me and what she told me. And I'm fine. You know, I'll go in and I'll do my job. So, what happened the last time I cleaned sounds like another one of a story in a long line that people would call bullshit that is not. This is a real fucking story, as are all of my stories. Well, I went in that night to clean. I'm inside the house, and he is not in my eyesight. His bedroom door is open, he's not in there. I'm cleaning an Airbnb, I'm cleaning a bedroom, a bathroom. The laundry is downstairs like normal, and the kitchen's upstairs. So I'm looking in each one of those places, and here comes the roommate guy from outside. And here's what he says to me. He says, man, don't think I'm weird. He says, I'm having a party by myself in the backyard and the lights aren't on. And you know, I've heard way weirder stuff through this adventure of my life. And I said, okay, man, I'll be in here cleaning. And so he goes, okay. And he goes back outside into the dark backyard. And he's drinking beers, all he told me. So it takes me about 2 hours and 15 minutes to do my job. I'm almost done, man. And the sheets are in the dryer downstairs. And he comes in and he's got this glazed, crazy ass look on his face. And here's what he does. He says, you got any weed? And I'm like, no. I said, do you realize that the woman that owns this house can't stand marijuana? Why would I have anything in my purse? He goes, I have to have some right now. I have to buy some. I need some. I'm like, dude, all I can do is invite you to the house. I'm not promising you anything. So he comes up to the house. Joe hears us getting out of the truck. He's making his way into the front room. I'm coming in with the guy. They say hello to each other. And he's standing in this room here that y'all see. And he starts tripping out, going, wow, man, you got some shit. And it's like, yeah, we'll have to give you the nickel tour. It's kind of overwhelming. There's a lot of stuff here, a lot of stories, but that's not what you're here for. Come in the other room. So, without being too graphic, you have paraphernalia. You have big paraphernalia, you have little paraphernalia. And this is somebody that is like, I've never seen him before, and it's only the fifth time I've known him. You know what I mean? And we don't even talk, and he's a nice guy, and he can't hear. Well, anyhow, Joe can't hear either. Great. All right. So we're in the other room, and he's just sitting there, and Joe goes to, give him the big piece of paraphernalia, right? And what the guy does is he picks up the one little removable part, like he's going to use that. And Joe's like, dude, that's not how it works. You got to, do it like this. Well, there was definitely a disconnect in this person to begin with, but you're in the heat of the moment. And what do? You got to keep your cool, right? So I said, here's a little device. And honestly, he took one draw and pulled that into himself and blew it back out, and his eyes went nuts. He kind of went comatose. He started rocking a little bit. Joe and I are looking at each other going, how the fuck does this happen to us? How are we everybody's bad influence? And how is it always my fault? And what the fuck's going on, right? So he gets up from the table that's right beyond these doors, and he's holding himself up against the door jamb that would go to the kitchen, right? And he's not saying a word. We're not saying a word. And he goes dashing out the front door, and we fall behind, kind of all sneaky and shit. And Joe says that he's out on the steps. There's some puke, and he's kind of like laying down like he's passed out. And I'm like, well, we're not going to fuck with him, are we? I mean, this is some guy that is in charge of this girl's house that's on some hiatus, and she's kind of sharing a lot of political weird social media. And I've lost another friend. The zombies ate her. I don't know what the hell happened, but I've seen it too many times. Somebody get assimilated, somebody get used for an agenda, and somebody turn on me. So this guy is passed out in puke a little after 10 o'clock at night. And Joe's going to bed. And I'm locking the door. There's just certain things that are going to happen. And at 1 o'clock in the morning, he was still out there. but nobody was going to be awake.
All right.
Ooh,
Welcome,
hang
welcome.
on. Let me
I know
turn
nobody's
this
on
off.
TV tonight, so I got a couple friends here. That's cool.
We want to save
Dave
it.
says Happy New Year's from Scotland.
Sure, we do. We want to share it. You know, I don't have any room on my phone to download it. That's for damn sure. Well, anyhow, um, the next morning, Joe finds his wallet outside. The money's still in it, which is good. All his stuff's in it. And I'm going to get a hold of him. Okay. He came up, he got his wallet, he thanked us. The cash in it was for me from the cleaning. And the biggest thing that I was worried about was that, see, when I brought him up here, he said he'd put the sheets back on the bed for me because the bedclothes were in the dryer. Okay. So, in the meantime, you know, my computer had been hacked. Everything had been cloned. Everything was flipped around. I'm not dicking around on Facebook because there's already way too many people impersonating me. I know what's shaking out. I'm laying low and I'm doing what I need to do to stay alive. Well, my friend contacts me on the messenger. And what it says is that she's coming into town later this evening on the same day. And she wants me to get the house ready. And that he's not home. So, no matter how many times I had said, I cannot do it if he is not home. Now I'm getting told this story, and she doesn't even know what happened. And why would I say anything? And why would I narc this kid out? And I mean, I'm screwed again, you know? It's orchestrated so well. But anyhow, her response back to me was a word that I didn't even really get the contextual meaning of in relation to said sentence. And so I said, I'm a little confused. I don't care what time it is tonight. When he gets home, I will be there. And then she said back to me that I didn't get the meaning of that word, obviously. And when these kind of things happen, you can never expect them to be rational. They will always be weird, almost like someone has taken control of her body. So, the next thing that happened was Joe came at me with his phone because, like I've showed you before, he gets specific things sent to him about gals in the area that want to screw him. You know, I'm the big whore, and it happens on the phones different. He gets things for searches different. I get my things. It's very individualized, as y'all know. But he comes in with his phone and he's showing me what she has just made public. And what it said was she was looking for a new cleaning lady because the last one was unreliable. Now, that is a perfect example of character assassination, pulling a move similar to the internet. She doesn't make up a name. Instead of saying Suze, she said Betty Joe or somebody. She uses no name, makes the person that insignificant. And here we were very dear friends. And now our relationship was severed. So I was fired without being told I was fired and called unreliable. And she covered her ass. And she's working a very odd agenda where she says how sorry she feels for people that don't feel safe in this world. But she's the one that didn't feel safe after the Mike Brown thing, and the reason she's traumatized is when she left the one time and was brought back, her dad had fallen ill. And sure as shit, this time, what had happened was her father had fallen ill, and they were in a different state when it happened. So, can you imagine the guilt that this woman felt knowing that her father was in critical condition while she was feeling safe in the world? So, it makes sense that you would sacrifice a mere friend and allow the transfer of the trauma that happened from a spoiled ass brat not getting her way and having the impermanency of life hit her in the ass and not confronting her big crisis years. So that was my 3 times trying to work in 2019. Sounds pretty uneventful, doesn't it? So, as YouTube all falls apart and all these fools don't have any material anymore, and everybody's talking about how boring YouTube it is, which really, it's boring as hell, man. And so many people have fallen off. And for some reason, nobody has speak my name, and I believe my shit's protected. But nobody steps forward to take care of me or make me an offer. And I should be doing something worthwhile. That's the year in events of 2019. What will 2020 hold on the computer? Who the fuck knows? We got some big dates coming up, you know? The king of whatever, has got his birthday coming up, and never forget the 12 days of Christmas starts on the 25th. And people are having wars about Christmas, and I don't have a tree. And I get in trouble now because I don't participate in rituals. It's so weird. So weird. And everything has flipped. And since I know that, I have to realize that no matter how weird it gets and what does or doesn't happen, this is relevant and significant. And that's the end of my stories for today. Unless what I do is go like this and use this device to show you what I would have showed you if I wasn't live streaming and the rest were just leaving. I don't think I can go that far, but let's do some Elvis shit. And because deep down, even though nobody would talk about it and everybody mocks it, it's relevant. So, oh, right. And we were supposed to do all the chanter crap where he talks shit on me. I don't know how much anybody cares. I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean we're already in 2020 and The point's already been made, and he's already dug his ditch. And I already thanked Brandon. Okay, so we're going to leave that alone. Now, what I do want to do is show you this review from this kid that I was talking about earlier. And of course, since there aren't any coincidences like we've discussed many times, the name of his channel is called Comfy Ghost, plural. What I want to draw your attention to is the comment that I made to this guy when I first saw it. Because, I used to be quite active at writing complete comments and videos, but being that I was ignored so much, and see, that's why nobody, not even an artificial intelligence, is going to know which way I'm going to go, because I'm on autopilot. Something greater than myself works in conjunction with me, and I'd like to think that there was something tangible that could illustrate it. Whether or not that is, I can't be pissy, because I got nobody to blame but me for being open to life. So, anyhow, what I said 4 months ago is this. I said, try and see it like this. Whomever Adam Presley is, I call him number one. He has some big boots. He has some big boot rights, so it seems, to redo whatever he wishes. Kind of like a genie. He got my attention in early 2017. Been reporting on it ever since. If this makes you feel any better, I had not viewed this adjustment yet. What that means is that I hadn't seen this version of what he was going to show me. And then I said, think of his computer like a big jukebox. Now, this quantum supercomputer, I have described it before. It's tall and rectangular like a jukebox. It has screens all over it. And whoever the hell these people are, or these hierarchies, or these entities, they can walk around this rectangular cube and watch all these screens at once. And if they want to go live, or if they want to fuck with you, they'll just punch your button, man. And that's how this has been working. And that is the truth to the best of my ability. So that's my comment. Okay. Now, 3 weeks ago, whoever Comfy Ghosts are says, and this is fucked up. So this is what I do. All my help in the world doesn't do shit. So this guy says, or girl, says, hi, Sophia. I have read your comments many, many times, and each time I get more and more confused. I haven't quite yet figured it out. What do you mean by this? Would love to hear from you. And so what I said back to him, or her, or they, would be, last night of the year here, we'll talk about it on my live stream tonight if you are looking for an explanation. thinking about 9 o'clock Central Standard Time. Many blessings to you on this new decade. Some like in 2020 with a master number. And that's what I said. So let's dive into this and realize that everybody that I talk to, no matter how much I would expect them to know, for some reason behaves towards me like they really don't know. That lays it back on this must be an abnormality of mine. Kind of like the thing with this Elvis stuff on August 27th of 1977. And Joe says, well, it's for this reason. And I said, no, it's not. I mean, why isn't it the reason I say? I've done all the research. I'm the one who's put my heart and soul in it. I'm the one that's come up with all this stuff. And I've gotten farther than these jackasses have gotten over all the years. And it's in the daggum fucking impeachment stuff. I tell you, otherwise, none of it makes any damn sense. And, you know, I got the problem. But what I'm saying is this kid is behaving like he doesn't know that this version of Harem Scarum has been altered. I'm telling you by the shit-eating grin on his face that somebody hipped him to the game and he's playing with me. The reason why all y'all like to play with me, by the way, is because, like Joe says, I am so easy to get the attention of and mess with. And in the meantime, what I'm saying is that when it's that damn obvious, what am I supposed to do? Play stupid? And that's what people expect me to do. But that's a lie. Because in my 20s, the way people got me motivated to great heights was to tell me I couldn't do it or that I was wrong. So I have to look at the people that have been poking me and fucking with me. Not all of them really believe that. That is the script. That is the way it had to go to show it to everybody else. So I'm going to show you the video that this young man claims he don't know a damn thing about. And I say that he needs a butt pinching. Whoa. Didn't mean to push that wrong button. And I will connect this to something that's important.
Holiday, I think it was called in some other places. It's a fucking weird film. A lot of Elvis's films are fucking weird, but this one, I think in particular, is really fucking weird. It's more like a fever dream than anything else. So we're gonna be having a little look at that. I'll show you some of the best bits, some of the worst bits, some of the bits that are just fucking.
I can't hold this for 17 minutes,
and,
you guys.
Yeah, we'll just go from there. So this is probably one of the weirdest films I've seen in a long time. So the film fucking starts in pure 60s fashion. There's a damsel in distress. Elvis fucking jumps off a horse, karate chops a fucking leopard, fucking takes him out, fucking knocks out the leopard, and fucking sings a song,
go
saves
back.
the girl, sings a song.
Oh, wait, I know what I did wrong.
Let me find out that that's not actually what's happening in the film. It's a film within a film. We're actually at a screening.
Got it.
You know? It's pretty cool. So, fucking Elvis sings another song. And he's singing to this woman awkwardly. This guy in the background is clearly a bit pissed off about that. And fucking some more bullshit happens. Boring bullshit. And Elvis is invited to perform for some king or something.
See, he's the real 007
I
too.
especially wanted to meet you to invite you to be the guest of my brother, King Torancha in Lunacan. Johnny, this is a tremendous honor. Do you realize that you're the first American His Majesty King Torancha has ever invited into his kingdom?
Then on the way there, he's with a woman, as you do, and Elvis has a drink,
Too many nights.
fucking knocks him out, you know? Fucking drink's been poisoned. It's fucking classic mistake there, just knocked him out straight away. Just whoomph, like that. Elvis wakes up, he's got this fucking woman kissing him, as you do, you know? And he's not worried at all, he's been knocked out by a drink, he just wakes up, doesn't know where the fuck he is. There's a woman kissing him, and he likes that, you know? So he's just rolling with the punches. He gets up and sings a song, which is fucking weird. Then this guy comes along. This guy is probably the worst actor I think I've ever seen in a film. Just his presence on screen infuriates the fuck out of it. Look at this weird buggy-eyed fucker. Just fucking hate this guy. But anyway, he's important to the plot, and you'll see a lot more of him.
Marketplace thieves. You are a stranger in a strange land with no one to protect or advise you. You need me, oh noble client.
Okay. Just some advice and protection. Where's the nearest airport?
Airport? But we have no airport.
What about the American Embassy?
American.
Yeah.
He says he's going to help Elvis escape because he's been kidnapped.
Not if your generosity outweighs my horrible fear of having my throat cut by Sinon.
I was kidding about the foreign aid, but if you get me out of this country, I'll give you $10,000 American dollars. I hope it's deductible.
For that kind of money, we will attempt this.
Then there's this fucking weird fucking scene where they eat bananas. Which fuck knows why that's in the film. Fucking, they're just both there and they've got bananas and they eat them. So yeah, fucking moving on. They escape. Fucking Elvis jumps down from the wall. All these people chasing him. Elvis isn't like bolting it away. He's just doing a nice little jog, just jogging away. They've got guns and shit. And if you look at this guy in the background here, he's trying to shoot at Elvis. He's got his gun, he's firing. You can't fucking hear it in the film. They must have forgot to edit that bit in. That's fucking weird. Yeah, anyway. Fucking escape. Elvis makes time
Whatever,
during his
right?
escape to talk to a pretty lady that he finds.
I just want to explain. I guess you better sit down for this.
Who are you?
I'm Johnny Jerome.
Wait, what did you say your name was?
I'm Johnny
Right.
Jerome.
You mean Johnny Tyrone, right?
Right.
Because that's what everyone's been calling you all film?
Johnny Jerome, Mr. Tyrone.
Johnny Tyrone?
I'm Johnny Jerome.
Johnny Jerome? What the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
That's how all
I keep
these
forgetting.
aliases are on YouTube.
They get some horses and go. Then the girl runs off.
And the International Man of
So Elvis
Mystery
tells-
is the captain
Elvis
of all
tells her
these
that the assassins
names.
wanted him to kill someone important. So this girl runs off. Then this fucking guy comes back.
And I look forward to addressing the chat one last time
Greetings,
because
O
these
most
comments
exalted
are
one.
classic. Right, kid?
How long have you been here?
Long enough to have had the momentary illusion that you were indeed a prince of thieves. For not only did you steal one beautiful slave, but 3 magnificent Arabian horses, the horses we needed.
Well, still got our 2 feet.
Anyway, they fucking go and meet some dancers or something. That's the plan. They find these dancers, and there's no unattractive women in this universe, you know? Everyone's like really good looking. There's these dancers dancing about with tambourines and shit. And fucking Elvis takes over for some reason from the dancers and starts singing.
Shake your tambourine, baby.
And this little guy comes in. And he starts robbing people. Starts like trying to cut people's purses, get some money. And fucking Elvis walks around with a hat, collecting money for some reason, you know? The film's set up to be like Elvis is this rich guy. What's he doing? Fucking collecting change on the street. That bit doesn't make sense to me. Anyway, the little guy gets caught. There's some fucking bullshit, pointless chase scene. They ambush the soldiers that are chasing them, so make a little ambush. And these kids join in to help batter the soldiers. Then Elvis kidnaps a child.
Quote, just like a film within a film within a movie. Electric Six. Who's Electric Six? Ethan,
Where's your mother?
We have 3 mothers,
you have
Master.
great comments.
3 mothers and a father?
Sapphire, Emerald, Amethyst, and Jonah.
Must be a simple explanation.
Simplicity is impossible when one has 3 mothers, Master.
Last winter, an avalanche roared down
This
the
weird guy as well. Fucking, it's a horrible bit where this guy sticks his tongue out. Not a fan of that. Really didn't like that bit.
Maybe you will buy us from this root of all evil.
Then this little girl starts dancing. Little slave girl starts dancing. Elvis has got some fucking weird lyrics to that, you know? I think,
Hey, little girl, you're sure cute to me. Come up a little closer so I can see. Hey, little
That's
girl,
Adam playing around. That's the kooky son of a creepy old man.
we'll not go too much into
They're the kings.
some of the shit that's said.
Something.
You know, you couldn't do that these days. Anyway,
But they're good
Elvis
coots.
gets woken up again with a kiss.
A little paranoid.
And it's the assassins. The assassins are back. And they're
And
going
I
to kill the
get
kids
why.
and stuff. If Elvis doesn't kill for them.
Making him look like a
Yeah, anyway, fucking somewhere else, Elvis appears.
keyword. You know the
this
one
slave woman that we met earlier.
that goes with
And
this
starts
whole
singing to the lady.
controversy.
So that's a weird fucking scene.
And it's
And the
not
slave girl
Priscilla.
turns out to be the king's daughter. Warns the king that
But she was
Elvis is gonna come
underage.
kill him. Anyway, back
Get
at
it?
the weird guy's house, Elvis gets a fucking disguise from the assassin lady. They make a plan to go in and fucking get the king. Anyway, in the king's chamber, the little guy does some
Oh, and
acrobatics.
Tag the Green
Pretty
Knight
impressive.
and the Bored King. Tag, it never ends.
Some cool flips, which is pretty impressive. Quite like that part, actually. Probably the best part of the film. Because we see his fucking disguise, and he looks like a fucking Sith Lord. You know, all he's got is a fucking hood on. You know, he's like a fucking world famous guy. You could give him a fucking mustache or something, but nah. Got a fucking hood on. And Elvis is immediately recognized.
Oh, and look, he's Jedi too.
He's taken away, locked up.
There's your space
And the little
SSP, space
guy
travel.
hides, you know, when all this is kicking off. Little guy
Add a
crawls up to
few
some
aliens
things and
in.
hides,
A prince from another planet.
Then the little guy decides to help break Elvis out of prison, you know? So he does some fucking
Oh, right.
Tom and Jerry bullshit.
And the imprisoned Elvis after he faked his death. Blah, blah, blah. And he has to be pardoned by the president. Tag it. I never heard so much shit.
See Elvis in prison, he sings a song.
So close.
The guard is eating a ridiculously big bit of meat. What animal is that even from? It's like a fucking ostrich leg. And he has like one little fucking bite of it. And he just throws the whole meat. Just down the corridor, he's like, fuck it off. The little guy is well happy about that. He fucking picks up the meat and has a bite. Some more Tom and Jerry bullshit happens. That was another good scene, actually. I quite enjoyed that one. They open the door and Elvis almost knocks the little guy out. And they escape. So Elvis drops down the skylights or a chimney or something.
Thanks. He's never been given a chance to defend himself.
Your Majesty. Hold it, Your Majesty. I want to explain it to you.
Tells the king he's actually in love with his daughter. His daughter who he's met a couple of times, very briefly, and she lied to him. But, you know, for the sake of the story, Elvis is in love, so move the film along. You know, enough of that bullshit. He's in love, okay? But anyway, if it's that easy to get into to fucking see the king, it's just rappelling down a skylight. Why did they need Elvis to kill the king? That doesn't make sense. But anyway, back at the weird guy's house, the weird guy's getting whipped or something by the assassins.
I say Elvis wrote the
And
script the kid's
Elvis and
reading,
the king
or
and
his son.
his daughter rock up.
It's
They
not
hide.
real.
And the client who hired the assassins is revealed as the king's brother. Ooh, so that was a bit predictable,
Right.
but fucking crazy twist. King's brother got double crossed by the head assassin guy. So it turns out the head assassin wants to fucking rule the kingdom or some bullshit, and you know, decided to use the king's brother as like a fucking puppet. And, I don't know, fucking full boring. The head assassin dude decides to kill the weird guy and his buddies because they might spread the gossip that he's the new ruler. Elvis gets some ankle bells from the dancer girls, rattles them around, makes some fucking bullshit distraction. Elvis takes the head assassin as hostage. The weird guy rounds up some help to help overthrow the assassins. So he fucking walks around in the middle of the night, pretend to be a dog.
Okay, Electric
There's that,
Six is
people
a
start climbing
band.
out
Thank
windows and
you.
shit. Fucking whole fight scene kicks off. Elvis Tarzans into some people, knocks them out. Now the little guy runs around in a circle, with all these people following him. That's some real Tom and Jerry bullshit like that. That's some fucking real Tom and Jerry bullshit. Anyway, the king and his brother have probably the most boring sword fight I've ever seen in
So we
any
gotta
film ever.
write
Has
down.
been captured. All the other assassins are being destroyed. I will yet be king.
We gotta write down. It's Hellier,
So that happens.
Hellier,
Meanwhile,
and
the guy gets shot
Electric
with an arrow,
Six.
accidentally mows down the head assassin, which is quite a funny scene. He dies, and just like that, it's over.
And homeopathy. Or no, holistic. Holistic series. Got it.
The king's back in charge. His brother's getting exiled. Elvis makes some bullshit joke.
Yes, later.
Just be a nice king and don't exile him into the USA.
Sure, his name's Dick
And the
Valentine.
next scene where
Illuminati
Looks like Vegas.
bees.
Elvis sings another song.
Oh my gosh.
and the little guys running around. He wins
In
a lot of
about
money in the station,
2010 or so, they had a song that said,
and that's that.
and we're
That's the
visiting
film.
Joe Biden's tomb.
So that was that.
Now
That
you
was
better
kind of
tag all
really
this
really fucking weird film.
to the Biden and his son connection,
I don't wanna watch that film again. I have to watch it about 3 or
to
4
the
times for
Elvi
making
and
this video.
his
And fuck me, that weird guy.
children,
was probably the worst thing I've ever seen. So I never want ever
masked
watch that film
men.
again.
I don't know.
But if you like this one, maybe I'll
Because
make
none of
another
these
one about
names
Elvis's
mean a
other weird
damn
films.
thing.
And
That's the
yeah, we'll
funny
go from there.
part.
Thanks very much.
Like we learned, hang on a second. Like we learned, the one dude's name stands for all these other dudes. And boy, did this video cause some ruckus. Let me pull it up real quick so I don't screw it up. Because I would never want to give wrong information if all I got to do is take the time to bring up the right information. Now, real quick here, this is great. So let's just tag a few things. Oh shit! Dadgummit, I can't go up this high. Gemini world rulers, right? Tag twin Elvis, twin offspring. Sure, I went offline. And tag us having twins whether we know it or not. Tag dual nature. Tag merging factions into one body. Tag pain in my ass. Ugh. All right, now, yes, but September 2005. Amy, I don't know what you're talking about, but September was very important, 2005. That heads back into a whole lot of Steiner shaking around. And of course, Steiner is key in a lot of this. Oh, and all of it. Yeah. Okay, we got midnight going off. Wait, I've seen all that. Come on. Oh, Ethan or somebody. Yeah, Ethan. I do exorcisms with the smiley face. Now, look, you better tag that to a story out there where here's what was said, and it's going to tag back to the Pete Peterson alleged line of commentary. Now, in one story, they're going to come bulldoze the house, blah, blah, blah. That never happens, and he croaks. But in this other thread, there is the comment that the property needs to be exercised, as well as the inhabitants, and the house knocked to the ground, and the land blessed by the Pope. So, I know the whole story about that, and I do say that this is, here again, ancient indigenous burial mounds land where I live, and this house is blessed and this property is protected. Okay, so it's all a matter of belief. Dispossessed, right, which is what they want us all to be. I saw the comment earlier in the stream that we had a shooting star. That makes sense. Tag it. Oh my gosh. A long one too. He's so pretty here too. He's so pretty. Man, you don't even want to know. Don't give these guys a bigger head than they already got. Let's see. Uh-huh. Da-da-da-da-da. I've seen a few shooting stars in my life too. It's pretty auspicious for real. Sue's, is that from a DW? You know, the only thing I can think of now when I see DW is the whole David Wilcock thing, and I'm saying that's Castor, and I'm saying to connect that to Wilcox's alleged his imagination idea that he's the reincarnation of Casey. And he talks about Casey in such a ridiculous way. The ARE says he's higher than 16 hippies. And I'm the bitch talking about the castor oil packs. And David Wilcock was made into an avatar in a video game, and tag that back to my dopey glasscock story where I'm talking about it on the U.S. National Archives, and they put it in a private Discord server, and they probably turned that bitch into a video game too. And I've thought that for some time. Amy, that's so sad there's division amongst color along with everything else they try to divide us with. Absolutely. And also at this time, tag the idea that, like my buddy Aaron said, it wouldn't surprise her to see a black Elvis or a Japanese one. And I said, exactly. They come in all different colors, just like us, on these other dimensions or other aspects of who we are beyond the obvious. Now, the comment from Ethan, 100 grand makes your best friends turn ops with the frowny face. Everybody acts like I'm getting this inheritance that's delayed. Everybody acts like I won the damn lottery. Everybody acts like I'm the bitch with the purse. I don't have a damn dime. It's really getting to a serious place. And now, I'll even be losing more because my son's not going to college and the child support cuts out, and that's fine. He's working. He'll have to make up the difference, right? I need a job. Somebody should have already offered me a job without me selling my soul. I'm here to do serious work. If somebody gives me an offer that's sensible in real life, I sure would like to consider it. In the meantime, this 100 grand that I'm supposed to allegedly have, a bunch of e-beggars and scammers stole. And that's not nice. And that's why the other guy is going around stalking them and shutting them down. And like I told you, this was never about rounding up one bad guy. This was about a complete takedown globally and make these fools obviously well seen, so much so that they will say thank you very much for allowing me to walk away with my life and only having to give up half of my assets. Okay. Dick Valentine. Good grief. You know what? You better tag it to my lack of knowledge of hair bands and heavy metal, because these crooners also play that kind of music, and I'm the dope for not knowing it. An enchanter says there's no humans left with talent, and I think everybody needed to see some real human talent. Oh, you can play suspicious videos at 1.25 speed to mildly counteract hypnosis and mind control. Dag, Ethan. Oh my gosh. You should have seen the creepy video that my creepy old ex-friend that has two different personas played today on his creepy show. and you could hear all the boogie boogie in the background, and he was acting like he couldn't hear it. And that's kind of how my day is every day. There's a lot of people that are supposed to know way much more, that have all the views and are getting caught in all the stories. And honestly, all I can do is have empathy for them, because I get it that it was really important that my story never saw the light of day. I get it. Happy fucking New Year. Can we get on? Okay. Because if I don't make it, and if I'm not happy, a lot of people are going to needlessly suffer. It'll kind of be like back in the day when they said, "You dumb motherfuckers killed who?" But I'm not saying that that's me. I'm just saying it's the same kind of story, and it's told in parables by a bored ass king that speaks a lot of languages and is very shy. And they all play rock band. And real quick before I shut down for the night, I just want to show you the proof without showing you the other thing, because I don't see it right now, and I'm not tripping. So let's just go back to one subject, and I'm going to get off the phone. So this is the whole Elvis subject still, and the question of wording and why it's worded the way it is. Because unless you're talking to the person that created the words, there's no way to tell. I mean, unless I'm not figuring it out. Okay, focus, Suze. I'm going to my playlist. I'm going to one of the many Elvis playlists. And that will be, jeez, so many of them. Elvis Presley Mysteries. Okay. I had this on quietly in the background when the show started hours ago. And I want to show you the words so you don't have to just take my word for it. I want you to see the exact stinking words. Okay. You see the words, and I'm going to read them. I'm just letting you see the entire screen. All right. So here's exactly what it says. Elvis Presley recorded live on stage in Memphis. The Alternative Album, 27 August 1977. This is published on June 2nd, 2018. And what it says is P.S. Listen with headphones for the best sound, TCB. Then it says 26 unreleased live Memphis versions in a fabulous soundboard quality sound. Categories music. The same exact thing that I've been reporting through this entire thing is these songs are licensed. All this stuff that I call atoms. This one's 11 music rights societies, Latin authors, and Brazilian stuff. It has nothing to do with all the things you'd expect. As you get down lower on the list, we must acknowledge Sony ATV Publishing Latin author CMBRA. And the reason I bring that up is because Sony had originally silenced videos before they had to admit the fact that that couldn't be the Elvis you think it is. And poof, these things started getting released, and I was able to publish. Okay. And like I said before, anything that he, his own self, recorded, or he, his own self, gave the order for his son to record, or he, his own self, stuck a camera or a recording device, just like Nixon would, in a drawer or behind a box or whatever. That was his copy, and he could do what the hell he wanted with it. This was a way to protect not only himself as an artist, but those who would follow in his footsteps. And that's the kind of button-up vato that the real Elvis will always be, in my belief and my research. Let's play a minute. Just the open. Now listen to his personality.
Hello, Memphis. Wait a minute, hang on. The first record that I did here in Memphis.
Look at the difference between this one
So forth,
and this
come here
one.
and say, well, you can't do that anymore. You, by God, watch me.
This is the one that should be $350. He would not be the wax dummy in the coffin. I'm talking about the one in the middle with the bigger sweaty head. He'd be the one that the alleged Lisa Marie claims to be her heavy, sweaty, old father. But remember, she's an actress too. And then you got Mr. Slick Pants, that's always at his prime. And he's there too. Now, see, I say he's the one that would be, let's call him the real Roberto Sanchez. You know, the one that sits back and orchestrates all the other ones and gave all the other ones contracts and says, they are my familiars. They are my family. This is my business. And you will not make me out to look like a jackass. I always thought that about him. And back to the movies. Keep in mind, part of the program was to devalue his role as a serious actor or a producer or a maestro or a multi-talented figure that would run it all. So in the end, that's why, in my perfect world, this wouldn't be a psyop, mind control, fuck you, Sue's moment. This would be a moment where we would see reality flip in a way that would benefit the world. That's why I took the Elvis thing seriously, because I am the fool that does believe. And my experiences are real, and they are very unusual. Okay, so what a great night. I enjoyed bringing the new year in with, Lord knows, what happened, but Joe knows it happened, and he's probably passed out, and he will surely tell me all about it tomorrow morning, about that glazed look on his face and what he saw from the other room. I know what hit. You guys know what hit. Everybody's got their little code. Surely, no one would expect any of us to keep jumping through hoops for entertainment only to chop up into a million pieces. The whole story with mocking all of these things is the natural reaction to the trauma from getting played like a fool. And I get all that. In the end, all I can say is no matter if we're talking about Joe or if we're talking about premonitions or if we're talking about this invisible force that is masculine that is interacting. I've always felt like the invisible side feels like Joe is also their family. I feel like everything that we've been dealing with always had to come out. There was no way to hide it. Part of the reasoning of me being as honest as I have been capable of being since the age of 16. Along the way, yes, a lot of things happened that hurt not only me, but the people who love me and that I love. That's why most people choose not to love, because the fear of the interaction is so terrifying. And I agree with all those things. There is no reason to fear the unknown. We have too many things that are working in concert with us. And I believe it's always been that way. And I do believe these are things that have never happened before. And I do believe that as much as the computer has brought so much pain and torment to humans, that there was always a plan to expose that and to reel it in. We have to have a better way. And it has to be brought with humor. And everybody's laughing at me. And I don't think it's funny taking me to the edge while I suffer. So, aloha is always nice. Hello and goodbye. And Ethan, you know too much. And like I said, you all carry a piece of this phenomena, the ones of you that know this code. And the other ones know it, they're just not talking yet because they've experienced it a different way. The word auspicious is very appropriate, isn't it? I know someone who I don't completely trust, but they say Wilcock used to be a very accomplished physically. So I don't doubt that. There was even a very unusual picture that I showed everybody where he looks very healthy and fit. But I think the more that they digitalize an entity and morph the image is how that story happens. And I've seen it with too many people that I know here online. Psychic is always hard to spell. Now, this is where you're poking the bear and having too much fun. I could come work for your church, but we have pretty much zero income so far. You got to remember, always in this dopadelic story of David Wilcock and Corey Good, the chanter said, I'm not going to let these douchebags start a religion. I'm going to start one. In the meantime, he mocks true devotion in every way, just like his buddy Zen does, is now taking the wheel. And I'm teased constantly about my role, and in the meantime, females are profane and could never hold a position that some may pretend or mock or act like is part of my unraveling. And then you get into the whole stupid thing about cults and starting religions. But in the end, I'm the girl, here again, that first pissed everybody off. Talking about the truth that if you're going to go on a spiritual journey, you cannot take the dogmatic beliefs, which are either literal or interpretive, from any given religion, and take that on a spiritual journey with you, because in the end, that will be the daemon or the demon or the monkey on your back, will be the dogma. And I have my shirt on tonight that says, don't mess with karma. And it really isn't about karma as much as it is dharma. Dharma is what we give back to our community, our friends, our creator. Dharma would be the idea that, if you're a shithead, you come back as a turd and you're constantly paying for your past mistakes. And, it's some kind of an equal system, which we know it's not, because there was one lie told that humanity, not just me, was told when they began their human life at some key initiation point. And I'm just saying, seeking these answers, even I'm a little perturbed that it has taken 5 years of my life. But in the end, if that's what's meant to be, then that's what's meant to be. And I would be happy if it was an ongoing thing that went through my life and I could keep living and doing something. I mean, shit. But if it's all a joke and this destruct button's already been hit and this is just fodder, well, then whatever forces at the front of that helm has got to answer to somebody with a pineapple. We didn't come this far for nothing. And I know that because I've worked my ass off. And I can only imagine what all y'all did behind the scenes, which was work in one way or another. I think we're done. Electric 6 is pretty underground. Well, sure. Whoever is behind this whole thing is pretty underground. So anything that is brought up that has to do with music is going to be not only underground, but it's going to be diverse. And it's also going to be technological because the disclosure must happen. And then people can get on with their artistry. Amy says, great show tonight. I had a wonderful time learning and listening with you this evening. You're happy to bring in this 2020 New Year with me. You're a beautiful woman with a loving heart. Much love to you, Joe, and the kids. Thank you. And our number one Alphi, right. Right. Yeah, I don't trust computers, but I try to trust people. And people, in the end, are the sovereign intelligence of their said computer, aka spirit board, high-tech Ouija board, and there has to be some use for this beast. It's not paying your bills online. That's all been cloned and hacked. It has to be about humanity. It has to be about accurate information. It has to be about education. And there has to be a way to turn around the virility of what has happened to the people that have been overtaken by the video game avatars or whatever the hell it is. That's really, we haven't come this far for nothing, and it's always best to be truthful. Exactly. There is no turning back, and there never was in my world. A lot of people bounce because of the fragmentation. We can still have duality and heal fragmentation, I believe. I had a whole bunch of stuff we didn't get to tonight, but that's okay. In the end, we covered what happened in 2019, how it relates to the journey and the never ending story, and the current update on Elvis. We'll backtrack, and I'll try to catch up at the same time. So, peace and blessings on this new year, this new decade, this master number. And I do really appreciate you guys. So, with that, I'm out. See you real soon.